You'd hate set them expectations too high, wouldn't you? Come on, TJ. Oh. Oh, Don. Yeah, you bet. Come on. I'll be the long ranch here for you. Guys are up. Their mama's going to be all natural to you. They're bulls. I'm 370. Hit 370. How you going to be 370? At 370. I ain't going to be 70 to bid. How you going to be 370? How you going to be 350? And 350. I am 52. 2. I ain't going to man 352. And 352. I ain't going to be 2. 2. 2. 2. He going to be 352 and 2. I ain't going to be. He going to be 352 and 2 and 2. 350. Mackie. I get him on 35. Hit Mackie 35. I don't know if I can concentrate with that foot up there, no shoe on it. Book up. Are you going to be Celementary? What's that? I'm Celementary. Are you going to be? You going to you say? How you going to do 370 and 370? How you going to be 370? 70 70. How you going to be 370 and 370? I ain't going to be 360 down 2 2 2 362. It to be 2. How you going to be 330? How you be 330 and 335? How you going to be here down be 335 and 335? Do it here 40. How you going to be 345? How you going to be now 50? How you going to be 355 and 360? How you going to be 360 and 55 60? He going to be 355 here. 60s here 355. I going to be Rob and make him a number. What's that? 100. Rob 100. You going to be? You going to buy their bulls? They're good now. He going to be? You going to buy Celementary? 340. You 340. How you going to be 340, 40, 40? I ain't going to be 340. At 340. I ain't going to be 340. You going to be 325 and 325. He going to be 325 here. You going to be 325. You going to be $3 on them too. You going to be 302. You 2. I ain't going to be 302 and 2. He going to be 2 to be 2. You on try him here 5 and 305. And I got a man here. You going to be 302. I ain't going to be 5. You going to be 5. You going to be 5. You going to be 5. 302 Mackie. I ain't going to be 45. Mackie 45. Are you going to be 270? Are you going to be 270, 70, 78? Are you going to be 270? You get 270. I ain't going to be 70, 78. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 241? On 240, 41. Are you going to be 241 bid, one buy? Are you going to be 220? On 220. You get 21, 1, 1. Are you going to be 221? On 221. You get 1, 1, 1. Are you going to be down 2? Are you going to be 22 and 23? They're down 22, 3. Are you going to be 222 and 2 and 3? On 222 and 3. I ain't going to be 3, going to be 3, going to be 3, going to be 3. 222. And I going to be CA 66. On Heifer, she came along now. He gonna be Celementary 320. Hit 320. He gonna be 320, 20, 20. He gonna be 320. Hit 320. Hit 20. He gonna be $3 too. He gonna be 302. Hit 2. I ain't gonna be 2, 2, 2. He gonna be 282. On 282. And I gonna be 587. Hit 90. Gonna be 292. He gonna be 95. He gonna be 97. Hit now 3. He gonna be 333 down 97. 302. He gonna be 305 and 305. He gonna be 7 up here and 10. He gonna be 310, 12 down 15. Hit 15 and now 7. 17. Are you going to be 317? You're 15. Are you going to be 17? You're going to be 17. 315. That's going to be Mackie. I get him on 42. Mackie 42. Effort. You gonna be 285. You're 285. 85 here. You gonna be 285. You gonna be 285. You gonna be 270. 270. I ain't gonna be 70s here. You gonna be 270. 70. 70. You gonna be 255. 255. You gonna be 255. Trent, you like her for 40. You gonna be 242. I got a man. He gonna be 242. He gonna be 222. He gonna be 242. I now 5. He gonna be 247. Dude here. He gonna be 247. 245. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 245. He gonna be 7. He gonna be 7. He gonna be 7. 245. Trent. He gonna be on 24X. You Trent. I ain't gonna be on 24X. I'll be the Grice cattle. Rick Grice is cattle for you. Guys are off their mamas, all natural, guaranteed to be open to you. You're going to be 310. You're 310. You're going to be 10, 10, 10, 11. You're going to be 310, 11. That's 310. You're going to be 11 here. You're going to be 310, 11. Guaranteed to be open to you now. 310. That's 310, 11. 11 to be 11 to buy now. 12, 12, 12, 12. That's 311, 12. 11. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. That's 311, 12. 11. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. 311. I'm going to be Mackey. Get him on 52. Mackey 52. On his little man. You're going to be 425. You're 425. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 30. You're going to be 425. You're going to be 30, 30, 30. You're going to be $4 on him. You're $4. You're 5. Now I got a man here. Bid 405, 10. You're going to be 15. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 40. You're 40. Hand for 40. You're 440. You're 40, 40, 45. You're going to be 45 here. Down for 45. You're for 45, 5, 5. You're going to be for 40. Now going to be Mackey. I get him on 35. Mackey 35. You're going to be $4 on her. You're $4. You get 4 and 4 and 4. He going to be $4 here. You're going to be 375 and 375. He going to be 375. He going to be 375 and 375. You going to be 350. He going to be 350 and 355. Hand be 355 here. You going to be 355 and 355. Do it here. You going to be now 60. Now 60 and 355, 60. And I got a man here. Be 360. He going to be 355. It's going to be Mackey. Get him on 22. Mackey on 22. You're going to be Isabel. How you going to be? You're going to be Salvatore. You're going to be $4 here, too. You get 402. How you going to be 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 402. You get 402. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. Down bid 402. You're going to be 380. I'm 380. And now 2. You're going to be 382. 2 to be 2. You're going to be 382. I'm 382. I'm going to be 2. You're going to be 2. Down bid 382. 350. And 350. I'm going to be 350. 350. You're now 2. Down bid 2. Do it here. 352. I got a van. He going to be 352. 2 to be 2. 2 to be 5. And now 55. You're 57, sir. Down 57, 60. You're going to be 62. You're going to be 62. And now 62. You're going to be 362 and 5 is 65. And 365, 67, 367, 67, 67, 365. And 7. You do it here. You're going to be 7. Carl, going to be 7, 7, 7, 67, 365. Mackey. I get him on 45. Mackey 45. They're going to be Heifer here. You're going to be Salvatore. You're going to be 345 and 345. You're going to be 5 here. You're going to be 345. You're going to be 345 and 345. You're going to be 330. You're going to be 332. You're going to be 2 to be 2. I'm 332. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 35. And I got a man down. Got him there. 7. I'm 337. Now 337. 40. You're going to be 340. Hit 2. You're going to be 42. 5. You're going to be 45. Hit 47. And 47 of it now 50. You're going to be 352. 352. 2, 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 352 and 2 and 2. You're going to be 352. 350. I'm going to be Mackey. Get him on 42. Mackey on 42. Big old cut man here. You're going to be 310. That's 310. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10. You're going to be 310. That's 310. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10. You're going to be $3 on him. 1. That's 302. And I'm going to man down 2, 3. You're going to be 303 and 5. And 305, 7. And 307, 10. I'm going to be 310, 10, 10, 12. That's 312, 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be now 20. Then you're going to be 320. And 17, 22. You're going to be 322 and 5. You're going to be 27. And now 327. Hit 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 32. You do it here. 5. You're going to be 35. And 332. You're going to be 335 here. You're going to be 332 and 2 and 2 and 5. 332. I'm going to be JW5. You get him on JW on 5. I'll be the Hirsch cattle guys. They're off their mamas. They're all natural to you. And you're going to be 315. You're 15. High, you're going to be 15, 15, and you're going to get 15. At 315. High, you're going to be 15. You're going to be 305. At 305. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 305. And bid 5 here. You're going to be 305. You hit 5. You get them on 285 here. Down bid 6 here. Now I got a man 286. At 286. 87. 87 to bid 7 about 288. 88. And now 9. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 90 here. 91. You're going to be 291 2. Hit 92. You're going to be 93. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 9600. Hit 97. He gonna be 97.8. He gonna be 99. He gonna be 99.3. He gonna be 3 bucks on him 1. At 301.2. He gonna be 303. He gonna be 304. Down 305 here. Down bid 6 here 7. Hit 8. 9 9 9 10. I'm gonna be 11. 11 12. Down bid 13 14. Hit 15. House 16. He gonna be 17 18 19. He gonna be 19. At 318 19. He gonna be 318 19 19 19 318. That's Mackey. Get him on 52. Mackey on 52. Big old stout heifer. He gonna be no guarantee, guys. 240. Yeah, 240. He gonna be 240. 240. He gonna be 240 to bid 40 to buy. He gonna be 240. He gonna be 220. 220. Yeah, 20 20 20. He gonna be 220. He gonna be $2, and I gonna man down 2 and 2 2. He gonna be 2 2. He gonna be 2 2. 202. I gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. $2 and 2. He gonna be $2. That's Rob. I ain't gonna number 100. And preg her, please. Rob 100 and preg. On heifers, are you going to be, you going to bid here done, bit of it on 425, you 425, you hit 5 here, you going to be 425, and bid 5 here, you going to be $4 on them, you $4, you hit $4 here, down 2, you going to be 402, and I got a man 402, and 402, I ain't going to be 2, going to be 25, and going to be 405, and 405, and sir, going to be 5, and bid 5 here, down 5 7, if 407, going to be 10, 410, I going to be down 12, down 15, down 15, if 415, you going to be 12 here, down bid 15, down 412, 15, you going to be 15, 15, 15, 412. I'm going to be Mackey. Get him on 32. Mackey on 32. They're heifers. He going to be no guarantee on them now. He going to be 265. 265. You hit 5 here. He going to be 265. 5 5. He going to be 265. 265. Hand bid 5 here. He going to be 265. 255. 255. Hand bid 5 here. He going to be 245. He going to be 245. 245. Hand bid 5 here. You on time here down 245. 230. 230. Not 2. He going to be 22. I got a man 232. 232. He going to be 2 to be 2. I going to be 232 and 2. He going to be 232. 232, 230, I'm 25, you're going to be 35 here, you're going to be 37, hit 40, you're going to be 240, you're going to be 240, hit 37, 40, you're going to be 237, a bit 40 to bomb, you're going to be 237, that's going to be Rob, I'm going to number 110, Rob 110, go ahead and preg him, and Rob 110, preg. Round of shots, she going to be guaranteed open, Tina. Round of shots in her, guaranteed open. How you going to be? You going to be celebrate? You going to be how much here? You going to be? You going to be 270? 1070. I ain't going to be 270. You going to be 270? You going to be 270? 1070. How you going to be 250? 1050. I ain't going to be 50 to be 50 to bomb. You going to be 250? 1050. How you going to be 250? You going to be 230? You going to be 230? 230. I ain't going to be 30. You going to be 30? You going to be 30? 220. I got a man down here. One. You going to be 221? 221. One bid, one body. You going to be 221? You won. I ain't going to bid one. You do it here. You going to be 221? One to bid one to bomb. You going to be 221? 221. He going to be 210, 211, 211 to bid 11 to bomb. 210, 11. You do it here. 210, 11. Guaranteed open, guys. $2 honored. He going to be $2 one. I got a man two. You hit 5. You going to be 7. You going to be 10. You going to be 12 down 12, 15. You 17. You going to be 217 out of the net. 217. 217, 20. You going to be 222. You going to be 25 down 7. You hit 30. He going to be 230, 30, 30 down 2. He going to be 35. 235, 740. You're going to be 242 down 242 and 2. 242. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Bryce right here. You're going to be 242. 242. I ain't going to be 2. 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 He going to be 240. I ain't going to be Rob. I ain't going to be number down 110. Rob 110. Preg going to guarantee. All steer cattle here, guys. Hey, going to be round of shots in them. On you going to be down bid 325 and 325 and bid 5 here. You going to be 325 and bid 7 on 327 30. You going to be 32. You going to be 32. Where'd you go here? Down 332 on 332 and 5. You going to be 37. You going to be 37 40. You going to be now 42 on 342. High going to be 225. You going to be 57 on 347 50. High going to be now 2 352 and 2 on 355 5557 357 a bid 7 by J-Dub. What do you think here? 57 on 355, 7 appeared. You do it here down 5760 on 360. Now 2. Here you're going to be 62 and 5 on 365. 87, 387, 777 is 65. 7 appeared. You're going to be 365, 7, 365. And that's going to be Carl. I ain't going to 1 5. You get 1 Carl on 5. All round the shot centimeter now. Do you get to be their steers? And I like them here. I'm going to be 310 and 312. I'm going to get a 310. Going to be 12. Going to be 12 steers now. 15. You 15. I'm going to van down here. 15. You going to be 17. Going to be 20. You going to be 2. Going to be 322 and 325. You going to be 325 here. You going to be 325 7 and 327 and now 327 30. How you going to be 332 and 332? How you going to be 25? You going to be 35 here and 332 and 5 and 332. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5 and 332 and 2 and 5. And going to be 335 here, 332. I going to be camp and number 7. You get them on camp on 7. Oh, steer man. How you going to be? Do you get about Celebatary? Do you going to be just touch full here now? On you going to be? Do you get about 220? Yeah, 220. How you going to be $2 on him? Yeah, $2. I ain't going to be 2. Do you going to be 2 and 120? 125. $1.25 here. 125. 125. 125. 80 cents a pound. 80. And native here at 80. Native here 2. 85. 87 of it. 90. You're going to be 92. You're 95. You're going to be 97. You're going to be $1. You're going to be $2. 102. 105. 107 of it. 10. 110. 110. I ain't going to be now 12, 112, 15, 15, yes, 17. He going to be 20, 120, 122. He going to be 125, 125, 5, 7 up here, down 30, down 130, 132. He going to be 35, 135, down 7, 137, a bit 7, 137. Hit 40, 140, 140, 140, 40, 40, 137, 8, 9, 940, 141, and 41, 2. He going to be 42 and 3. He going to be 44, 145, 146 here, 146, 145. He going to be 6 here, 145 here, down bid 6 here, 145, 6 high, 147, 147, 8. Hey, going to be 48, 9, high. Hit 50, 150, now 51, 52, down 53, down bid 3, 152 and 3. Going to get 152. That's Rob and make up a number. I get him 100. Hit Rob 100, Rob 100. He going to be little heifers. I'll be Marty Peters cattle. Weeder. I be Marty Weeder's cattle. Off their mama's guys are all natural to you. Guaranteed open heifers. Are you going to be? Do you get about Celebatary? Do you going to be 405? You 405. You get 5 here. Do you going to be 405? You going to be 5? You going to be 5? You going to be 5? 380. You 380. High. You going to be 380 here. Do you going to be 380? 380. High. You going to be 380. Down. You going to be 82. And I going to be 382. 82. Hit 85. You going to be 385. 87. Now 90. You going to be 392. And 395. You going to be 397. And now forward. You going to be now 2. And 402. Down 5 here. Do you going to be 7? 407. Going to be 10. And now 12. E15, he going to be 17, 417, E15, are you going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, 415, it's going to be Mackey, hanging it on 32, in Mackey 32, Mackey on 32. You big guys, he going to be, he going to have a Weeder cattle now. He going to be ham bid 315. Hit 15. How you going to be 15, 15, 15. How you going to be 315. Hit 15. I ain't going to be 310, 10, 10. How you going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 290. 290. He going to be 290, 90, 90. They going to be 292, 10, 2, 2, 2. 292. I ain't going to be 2, 2, 2 to be 2, 2. Go ahead here, 95. Hit 97. You going to be 3, you going to be 2. At 302. I ain't going to be 222. You going to be 302. At 302. I ain't going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. Going to be $2, $3, and I'm going to be Paul. I'm $3, Paul. Straight, you bet. Paul straight away. Little covey of good ones here now. He going to be, he going to be Celebatary and 365 and 365 and 365 and 5 here. He going to be 365 here now 65 and 365 557. You do it here 65 7 and 365 350 and 350. I'm 52. He going to be 25 and bid 55 7. It's 62 5 65 67. It's 70 72. He going to be 75. He going to be 75 out of the net. He going to be 75 and 375. He going to be 375 77 377 and 377 75 77. You're going to be 375 77. You're going to be 375 77 375. I'm going to be Evans 375 Evans. Little boys, he gonna be, he gonna be, son of a tear, he gonna be 400, and I want here down be 10, and 432, he gonna be 432, you two, I gonna be 432, two to be two, two to be two, two to be two, he gonna be 410, and 410, I gonna be 10, you're gonna be 10, you're gonna be 10, 410, you 10, I gonna be 10, 10, 10, he gonna be 390, you 390, he gonna be 390, 90, 92, and I gonna man down here be 392, and 392, two to be two, 95, he gonna be 95, he gonna be 95, you 95, he gonna be 39, out here, sir, 395, 97. You're now forward. Hey, $4 here at 397 4. You at 397. Gonna been 4. Gonna been 4. Gonna been 4. 397. I gonna be Hale 44. And number 1, Hale 44 on 1. Their bulls are good ones here. They gonna be son of a tear. They gonna be 365 and 365 and bid 5 here. He gonna be 365 and 365 5 7. I got a man here 367 and 365. He gonna be 7 up here 67 70. He gonna be 372. He gonna be 375 and 377 380 and 382 85 87 of it 90 392 and 395. He gonna be 97 and 397 and 397 7 of it 4 down $4 here 4 and 402. I can do 25 and could have been 405, get 205. You could have been 402, you could have been 5, could have been 5, could have been 5, could have been 5, 402 and 5, 402 to you, sir. And how do we charge him there? The bulls off their mamas, all natural to you. And you're going to be 340. You're 340. How you going to be 340, 40, 40. You're going to be 340. Then you're going to be 340. That's 340. You get 40, 40, 40. You're going to be 330. And 330. How you going to be 32. Now I'm going to band down here be 32. And 32. How you going to be 32. 25. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. And 37. You're going to be 37 of it. 7 of mine. Go here. 40. Then you're going to be 42. 5. You're going to be 47. You're 50. Hanging out 52. Down bid 52 and 5. You're 55. 7 up here. 60. 362. You get 5. 365. 67, 70, 372. He gonna be 372. I'm 372. High gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2. Down bid 372 and 2. Do it here. He gonna be 370. I spin well. Cut boys, he gonna be 275. On 275, he gonna be 275. He gonna be 275 here. He gonna be 275. On 275, boys ought to be there now. 275. On 277, he gonna be 277 of it. 7 of them. He gonna be 277. On 275, he gonna be 277. See you on try him here. 277. 275. He gonna be 77. He gonna be 275. 77. He gonna be 275. 77. 275. I gonna be CA 66. CA 66. Just checking with you now. On he gonna be hand rod. He gonna here down. Gonna be bull now. You're going to be big old stout thing now. You're going to be 250. On 250. I ain't going to be 250. You're going to be 250. At 250. I ain't going to be 250. You're going to be 250. You're going to be 230. You're going to be 230. On 230. I ain't going to be 230, 30, 30. You're going to be 230. Down 230. On 231. I got a man here down 2. You're going to be 32, 33. You're going to be 34. In 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 36 here. Down $36.7. You're 38. You're going to be 38, 8, 9, 9, 9, 40. On 240. You're going to be 241. You're going to be 242, you're going to be 243, and 44, you're going to be 244, 5, you're going to be 45, down 6 here, you're going to be 7, on 247, you're going to be 6 up here, you're going to be 7 up here, you're going to be 246, they're going to be CA, number 88, CA 88. Be the Bowden kettle. Guys are off their mamas, they're going to be all natural to you now. And you're going to be 340. You're 340. You get 40, 40, 40. You're going to be 340. And 340. High, you're going to be 340. Down 320. And 320. High, going to man down 2. You're going to be 322. You get 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 35, 37, 40. You get 42, 45. You're going to be 47. You get 50. Down 52. You're going to be 55. You get 55, 7. You get 57, 60. You're going to be down 2. 65. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7, 70. And 372. Down 75. 377. At 80. You're going to be 380. 382, 85, you're going to be 385, 85, 82, series 5 here, down, going to be 382, 85 here, you're going to be 382 and 2 and 5, 382. That's Evans. You get him on 382. I ain't get him on Evans. On heifers, off their mamas, all natural. You get a bit 305. Hit 305 and bid 5 here. You get a bit 305. Hit 5. You get a bit 305 here. Down. Get a bit 305. Do it here. Down. Get a bit 305. Hit 305. You get a bit 290. You get a bit 290. You get a bit 291. Hit 91. I got a van down here. 91 bid. 1 buy. You get a bit 291. He got to be 1. He got to be 290 here. 1. He got to be 291. 2. He got to be 92. Hit 92. He got to be 93. He got to be 94. He got to be 95. He got to be 95. Hit 95. He got 95 here. 96 100. He got to be 96 here. 95. 96 7. Hit 97. He got to be 297. Hit 6 7. Hit 296 here. Do you get to be 7 up here? Do you get to be 296? And that's going to be Troy. Number 1. Hit Troy 1. He got to be Troy number 1. The Bills here. Do you get to be? Do you get to buy? Sell them at there. Do you get to be 300? And on one here, 55 and 355 and bid 5 here. Do you get to be 355 and 355 5 7 now 57. I got a van down here 55 7 and 355. You get to be 7 up here down 55 here. Do you get to be 7 and 355? He's 7 up here. Got him there down bid 355 here. Do you get to be 760 and 360 down 2 362 and 5 365 and 365 5 5 2 5 here. Do you get to be 362 367 and 367 770. You get a bit 370 and 370. At 370, 70, 70, 67. You get a bit 70. You get a bit 70. 367. Hale 44 on number 1. Hale 44 on 1. Mixed down bulls here. Do you get to be? Do you get about 315? Now 16 at 315. How you get to be 16? 15, 16, and now 16. How you get to 17? You get to be 317 and 317. You get to be 317, 18 and 318, 19 and now 20 at 321. You get to be 22. Do you get to be 23? Do you get to be 24? At 24 and how you get to be 325 and now 6 here down 26 higher and 326 and now 6 here. Do you get to be 25 here? Do you get to be 6 up here? Do you get to be 325? 6 dollars 7 and 27 8. He going to be 29 and now 30. You're going to be 31. You're going to be 331. At 331, 1, 1. You're going to be 330, and that's going to be JW5. You get him on JW on 5. Big old bull here. You're going to be 290. At 291, you're going to be 291 bid, 1 buy. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 281. On 281, need 1 bid, 1 buy. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 250. On 250, I'm going to be down 2. You're going to be 252. You do it here. I'm going to be 252. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 230. On 230, I'm going to man down 2. And now 35. He going to be 37. Going to be 40. Going to be 2. Going to be 5. On 245. He going to be 247. He going to be 250. I'm going to be 250. On 250. 47. Going to be 50 to bound. He going to be 247. Going to be 50. Going to be 50. Going to be 50. 247. I'm going to have to remind me there. Freeman. You bet. Freeman. He gonna be $4 here. Hit $4. Hit 4 and forward. He gonna be $4 here down forward, 4 and forward. Hit 400. He gonna be $4 here down forward. He gonna be 380. I'm 382. And I gonna be here. He gonna be 385, 87. Gonna be 90. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 5. Gonna be 7. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 5, 7. Hit 10. And now 12 down 15. He gonna be 17. Hit 417. He gonna be 17 all out here. 417. 15 high. Now 17. Hit 20. He gonna be 420. Hit 420. He gonna be 20. He gonna be 20. He gonna be 20. He gonna be 20. Being gonna be 20. 417, get him in 20, 417. That's Mackey. I ain't get him on 35. Mackey on 35. On their heifers are good here now. He gonna be one of them. Gonna be the McDonald cattle guys. They're off their mamas, all natural. The bigger heifers are gonna be guaranteed open to you. He gonna be 330 and 330. He gonna be 330. Punch in there. He gonna be 330. Hit 2. I got a van bid 332 and 332. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 332 and 332. I gonna be 2 bid 25. He gonna be 35. He gonna be 37 and 337. 40. Hey, going to be 342. Hey, going to be 342. 345. 347. 7 to bid 50. Going to be 52. 355 and 357. 77. 60. Going to be 362. Down bid 362. Hit 5. 367. 77. 367. 65. 7. Both out here down 365 here. Going to be 7 up here. Going to be 365. Going to be Mackey. Going to be on 42. Mackey on 42. On open heifers. He going to be 300. And on what here? He going to be forehead. 325. You get 325. I got a man down here. Be at 325. At 325. You're going to be 325 here. Down. Going to be 325. At 325. And now 25 here. You do it here now. 6 here. Down. $26. 7. At 28. You're going to be 29. You're going to be not 30. You're going to be 31. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 35. At 36. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 38. You're going to be 39. At 40. You're going to be 341. You're going to be 341. At 341. 1 1. You're going to be 341. At 1 bid 1 bond. You're going to be 340. Bid 1, bid 1, bid 1. You're going to be 341. Hey, 340. I'm going to be Mackey. Going to be on 42. Mackey on 42. He gonna be their stairs. He gonna be must have got full. He gonna be down bid here down to stairs and good. On bid 365 and 365 and bid 5 here 7 367 367 70 72. You're gonna be 75. You're gonna be 77 80 and 82 85 87 up here 90. You're gonna be 92. You're gonna be 95. You're gonna be 97. Full books on them too. Hit 405 407 a bid 10 now 12 now 15. You're gonna be 17. Hit 20. You're gonna be 2 25. You're gonna be 7 on 27 30 and now 432. You're gonna be 35. You're gonna be 35. You're 432 and 5. You're gonna be 35 here 432. You're gonna be 5. You're gonna be 5. You're gonna be 5. You're gonna be 5 432. I gonna be Campo. I gonna on Camp on 0. I little Hereford man. On you gonna be Salvatore. You're gonna be Ben Your Kind. You're gonna be 345 and 345. You're gonna be 345 here. You're gonna be 345 and 345 550. You're gonna be 350 and 345 50. You're gonna be 350. Go ahead there. You're gonna be 355 and 355 60 down 65 here 70 375 and 375 80 and 385. You're gonna be 385 85 85 90. You're gonna be 390 at 395. You get 395. 4 bucks here down bid 405 and 405 10. Hit 10. I ain't gonna be 15 15 20 425. Hit 425 down 30 and 430 30 30 425. You're gonna be 30. You're gonna be 30. You're gonna be 30. You're gonna be 30 425. It's gonna be Mackie. I ain't gonna be number 2X. You betcha. Mackie 2X. Be the Powell family here for you. Guys are off their mamas. Are going to be all natural to you. You're going to be 320. It's 320. You're 320. 20, 20, 20. You're going to be 320. That's 320. You get 20 to be 2. Hey, you're going to be 322. You do it here. 322. I got a man 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 30 down 332. And 32. You're going to be 35 here down be 335. And 37. You're going to be 37. 40. And now 42. And 342. 2, 2, 2. Hey, you're going to be 342. I 2 to be 2. I'm going to be 340. 42 bid 2 bound. You're going to be 342. 340. I'm going to be Mackie. I'm going to be on 42. Mackie on 42. The big sisters here now. You're going to be Salvatore. You're going to be on 305. It's 305 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 305. Hit 5. I'm going to be 305 here. You're going to be 290, 291. 291. You're going to be 291. I got a van here. 1. You're going to be 291. 291. You're going to be 291 bid 1 bound. You're going to be 291. 290, 91. 2. You're going to be 93. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96. Hit 97, 98. You're going to be 99. Now 3, 301 and 301. I'm going to be 3 bucks and 1. You're going to be 3 bucks and 1. You're going to be 3 bucks. Mackie 1 2 down 302 and 303 down 333. Now you're gonna be 302 Mackie. I ain't gonna be number 42. You get Mackie 52. Mackie 52. I ain't gonna be Mackie 52. You're gonna be Bulls will be you're gonna be Salvatore down bid 357 on 357 hand bit of a 7 is 60. You're gonna be 360 down 360 on 357. I'm gonna be 60 60 and I'm gonna van down here 57 60 on 360. I'm gonna be 60 60 60 60 60 357. Carl on 5. Little Bulls down. You're gonna be 4 bucks on them. Hit $4. You get 4 and 4 and 4. And 4 bucks a pound here. Hang gonna be 4. Hit 4. I'm gonna be 4. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 4. Hit 4 bucks. You're forward. Hey, gonna be 380. Gonna 380. And now 2. I'm 382. I'm gonna van down here 2 5 87. Gonna be 90. Gonna be 2 95. Hit 97. 97 to 97. Hit 4. You hit 4 bucks on them 2. I'm gonna be 402. Hit 2. I'm gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 4 bucks and 2. I'm gonna be made here 10. 4 bucks and 2. 4 bucks. I'm gonna be Mackie. I'm going to run 45 and Mackie 45. Our sale starts at 9 o'clock, sir. Are you going to be cutting in? Are you going to be 318? 318. I'm going to be 18 and 18. 318. I'm going to be 18 to be at 18 to buy me. You're going to be 318. 18 and now 318. 315. 15. Yes, 16. I'm going to man here down bid 316. Yes, 16. I'm going to be 16. You're going to be 17 and 317. 18. Hit 20. You're going to be 322. You're going to be 322. Hit 2. I'm going to be 222. You're going to be 322. 2 to be 2. 2 to be 2. 2 to be 2. 320. JW5. You're going to be 282. 282. Hang going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Hang going to be 282. Hang going to be 265. 265. 5 5. You're going to be 265. 1065. You get 5 here. You're going to be 265. You're going to be 267. 65. 7. 7 up here. 7. 65. 7. 65. 7. 65. 7. 265. I'm going to be Camp. You say straight. You get them on Camp on straight. To the Powell family, guys, we appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right there. Off their mamas are all natural and they're good now. And he gonna be 5. You gonna be just say 245. 345, like that better. Do you get a bit 345 and 345? He get a bit 345 here. Do you get a bit 345? You get a bit 345 and 345, 5. You get a bit 345 here now. 7, 347, 50. Hit 2, bid 5, 55, 7 appearance 60, 62 and 5, 65, 67. You get a bit 67, 70, 372, 375 and 375, 205 here. Do you get a bit 372, 375, 77 and 375? You get a bit 7 up here. Do you get a bit 375? You get a bit 377, 377, 7. 375. I gotta be Evans. Or stairs, he gonna be, he gonna pass the material, he gonna be, he gonna have $4 on him. He hit $4. He hit forward, hand $4 up, hand forward. Hit forward, hang $4 here. He gonna be forward, hand gonna 402. Hit 402, hang gonna be 25. He gonna be 405 here, down bid 7. Hit 407, gonna be 10, gonna be 10 now, gonna be 10, 12, down 12, 12, 12. Hit 15, he gonna be 15, 17. He gonna be 17. Hit 20, he gonna be 420, 20, 20, 420. Hit 20 to bid 20 to bound now 2. Hang gonna 25. He gonna be 425. Hit 425. You hit 5 here. Then going to be 422 and 2 and 2 and 5. 422. I going to be Troy, number 4. I going to be Troy on 4. Off their mamas. They're going to be all natural to you. You're going to be 255 on 255 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 255 on 255. And you're going to be 55 here. You're going to be 255. You're going to be 235 on 235 and now 35 here. You're going to be 235 on 235. And you're going to be 235 bid 5 by. You're going to be 220 on 220. He 22. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 30 on 230. You're going to be 232. You're going to be 232 and 5. You're going to be 237 on 237 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 245 on 245. 2 5 here. You're going to be 242. Gonna be 5 here, then gonna be 242 and 2 and 5. Got him there, 242. Gonna be Jerry. Get him on 22 and Preg. Jerry, 22 and Preg. Nice to have you today, Jerry. You're going to be, he going to bid here down. I'm on 302 and 302. I'm going to be 2 bid, 2 bound. You're going to be 302. Hit 2. You're going to be 222. I'm going to be 288. I'm going to be 288. I'm 288. I'm going to be 288. 90. You're going to be 290. I'm going to be 290. I'm 290. You're going to be 290. 90. 90. You're going to be 280. 92. I'm 295. You're going to be 295 here. 97 to bid 3. I'm going to be 302. You're going to be 305 and now 307. Hit 10. I'm now 12 down. 15. 15 and 312. I'm going to be 15, 15, 15. You're going to be 312, 15, 312. I'm going to be Mackey. You get him on 5-2. Mackey on 52. They're Bulls. He going to be 285. Hit 285. 85 here down 7. Not going to You're going to be 285, 7. Hit 90. He going to be 292. He going to be 292 and 5. He going to be 95. He going to be 95. 295. You hit 97. 297. 297. He going to be 297, 3. Down 333. 297, 3. 333. You're going to be 297 to bid 3 to bomb. You're going to be 297. CA 66. To the Welty family, thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. Guys, be the Brandstetter cattle. Guys are off their mamas. They're all natural to you. Heifers are going to be open. You're going to be down, but you're down. You're going to bulls will be. You're going to be down. I'm on 280. On 282. I'm going to be here down. Going to be 85. You're going to be 285. 82, 85. 82, 85 here. You're going to be 285. 85, 85, 85, 85. You're going to be 285. On 282 and 5. 87 to bid. You're going to be 87. 87. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 290, 90, 90. And JW, what do you think you're doing? You're going to be 290. 87, 90. You're going to be 287, 92. You're going to be 92. 92, 92. 292. High, going to be 2. Going to be 95. You're going to be 295. You're 295. You're going to be 95 here. You're going to be 292 and 2 and 2 and 5. You're going to be 292. CA 66. They're heifers. They're good. Open to you now. Guaranteed open. You're going to be going to be guaranteed to be open to you. 275. 275. You're going to be 275 here now. 77. I'm going to be 80. You're going to be 280. 282. 285. You're going to be 287. 287. 90. You're going to be 292. You're going to be 95 and 295. 297. You're going to be down 3. Down $3 on them here and 2. You're going to be 305 and 307. 307 to be 10. I'm going to be 310 and 307. 10. I'm going to be 10. Going to be 10 now 12. And going to go to 312, 15. He's 17. He's going to be down 20. Down 322. Down 322. Down 322 and 2. He's going to be 322 and 2. 320. Haas. And number, he's going to be Haas straight. 2. Haas on 2. Haas number 2, please. Big Stout heifers. He's going to be guaranteed open to you. You're going to be 255. You're 255. You're going to be 555. You're going to be 255. Get 255, guaranteed open now. You're going to be 255 here. You're going to be 255, 7. You get 57. I ain't going to be 60, 262, 22. I 262. I ain't going to be 222. You're going to be 265, 65, 67, 67, 70, and 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77, 77, 80. You're going to be 282. I 282. I ain't going to be 2. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 2. I'm going to be 282. Hit 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 280. Sir, how do we charge him there? Overton. I'm going to be guaranteed open. Offer Mama now. He going to be on 242. On 242. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 242. Sticker on there. He going to be 242. On 230. I'm going to be 230. I'm going to be 230. 30. 30. 30. He going to be on 210. I now 12. And now 15. He going to be 17. Now 20. He going to be 20. Hit 22. He going to be 222 and 2 and 5. He going to be 25. Hit 27. A bit 7 about 225. He going to be 7 up here. 225. 7. 30. Hit 30. He going to be 32. I'm going to be 232. On 232. On 2 to the 2, 2 to the 2, 2 to the 2. He's going to be 230. And that's going to be Overton. 230 Overton. And he's a bull, and he's good. He's going to be 330 and 330. I'm going to be 30, 30, 30. I'm going to be 330 and 330. You get 30 to bid, 30 to bound. You're going to be 330. I'm going to be 320 and 320. I'm going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be a little bigger. Hey, going to be $3 too. And 302. And now 5. You're going to be 305 here. 7. You get 10. I'm going to be 12. Now 15. You're going to be 17. Going to be 20. You get 2. Hey, going to be 325 and be 325 and 325. 2 series 5 here. I'm going to be 322. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. 5. 5. 322 JW5. Be the Harrell family. Terry Harrell's family for you. Are you going to be right off their mamas, all natural to you? Guys, heifers are going to be guaranteed open to you. And you're going to be 312. You get 312. I ain't going to be 312, 12, 12. I'm going to get 312. You get 310, 12. I'm going to get 312, 12, 12. You're going to be $3. You're going to be $3. You get 302. I'm going to be 302, 5 and be 305, 307. A bit down 310. And now 12. I'm going to get 12 down 15. You're going to be 17. You're 17. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. And 317, 317. 15. You're going to be 17, 20. You're 22. Hello, Haas, 322. And 325. You're going to be 27. And 327. And 325. You're going to be 27, 30. How you going to be 330 and 330? I now 330, 30, 32. You're going to be 32 and 332. I ain't going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. And be 332, 330 Evans. You get 330. Get him on Evans. Guaranteed open right off of him now. He going to be 303 and 303. You get 303 down to 333. You going to be 303. You get 333. High going to be 303. You going to be 303. Guaranteed open to you now. 303 on 303. High going to be 290. You going to be 92. High going to be 292 on 295. You going to be 97. 297. 3 down 2 down be 305 and 307 to bid 7 down 10. I going to be down 12 down be 312 and 310. I going to be 12. 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 He going to be 310. I going to be Haas on 2. Haas on 2. Go ahead and pray. Get a guarantee, please. They're going to be bulls to it. I ain't going to be bulls here. He going to be about and 405. You hit 405. You hit 5 here. Down. You're going to 405. You hit 5. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 405. 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 405. Hit 405. You're going to be 385 and 385. 87. 87 of it. 7 of them. You're going to be 385. 87 and 385. 87 up here. Down 87. 90. You're going to be 392 and 392. 2 to be 2. 2 to be 2. High. You're going to be 392. 392. I ain't going to be 25. You're going to be 395. 557. 397. And 395. You're going to be 97 to be 7 to bound. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 397. 395. And they're going to be JW straight. You're going to be about and you're going to be. I'm coming here down. You're going to be down 310. You're 310, 12. You're 312, 312, 312. You're 310. You're going to be 12, 12 down 15. And you're going to get 312, 15. You're 15. And you're going to get 15. You're going to be 312, 15. You're 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be down 20. Down be 322. You're going to be 322. You're 5. And 327. 327, 30. Down be 330. And 27. You're going to be 30. 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 327. JW5. You get JW5. They're going to be here down. They're going to bills a beat. He gonna be 282 on 282. High gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2. High gonna be 282 on 282. He gonna be 222. He gonna be 270 and 271 on 271. High gonna be here. High gonna be 275. Yeah, one. He gonna be 270, but one. He gonna be 270, one. He gonna be 270. I gonna be CA in 66. CA 66. See, Erlen, she's 7 months. How Yerlin 7 months here. He gonna be celebrate. $2,000. Yeah, 2,000. He gonna be $2,000. Yeah, 2,000. I ain't gonna be. He gonna be 7 months spread now. 1,800. 18 quarter. 18 quarter. 18 quarter. 1825 here. 1825. 1825. 50. 75. 1950. 2,000. 50. 2050. 2,100. Yeah, 2,100. He gonna be 21. 21. One. He gonna be 2,100. Yeah, 21. 2050. Now one. He gonna be 2,100. He gonna be 2050. Geronimo. She gonna be Yerlin. She 5 months here. He gonna be celebrate. 1,700. He gonna be 1,700. He gonna be 17. He gonna be 17. It's 1,700. He gonna be 1,500 and a quarter. I gonna be 15 quarter. How 15 quarter. How 15 quarter high. Now 75. Yes, 1,600. 16 quarter. 16 high. Down 75. 1,750. Yes, 1,750. 1,800. 18 high. Hit 19 high. 1950. 2,000. 2050 and 2050. Now one. He gonna be 2,100 and 2050. Now one. He gonna be 2,100. He gonna be 21. He gonna be 2050. Now one. He gonna be 2050. Geronimo. I ain't gonna be 2050. I ain't gonna be Geronimo. They're gonna be fancy black heifers here now. He gonna be. Be the Springfield cattle guys. They're right off their mamas. 2 rounds of vaccines in them. I ain't gonna be 280, no guaranteed. I ain't gonna be 280. I 280. I ain't gonna be 280, 80. I ain't gonna be 280. I ain't gonna be 260. He gonna be 260. I 260. I ain't gonna be 260. 260. 260. I ain't gonna be 250. I 250. I 50 to be 50 to bound. He gonna be 250. He gonna be 230. I 230. I gonna be 31. He gonna be 32. He gonna be 33. He gonna be 33. I 233. I now 4. He gonna be 35. He gonna be 36 here. He gonna be 37. 38. 39. 40. He gonna be 41. He gonna be 42. Gonna be 43. 4 and 5. In 46, 47, 48, 49, in 49, and 48, 9, 9, 9. He gonna be 248 and 9 and 9 and 9 and 9. He gonna be 248. Overton. Big old cut man right off his mama. He gonna be 275. On 275. He gonna be 275 here. He gonna be 275. He gonna be 275. On 275. He hit 5 here. He gonna be 240. On 242. High gonna be 2. He gonna be 242. On 242. High gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 220. On 220. Hit 2. High gonna be 222 and 5. Hit 27 to be 30 to bomb. He gonna be 32. He gonna be 35. Hit 37. 40. He gonna be 240. 40. 40. High gonna be 242. On 245. 750. You're going to be 50, 50. I'm going to be 250. On Jerry, you're going to be 50. I'm going to be 247 to be 50 to bomb. And now 52. And 55, 5, 57, 7, 7, 60. You're going to be 260. On 257. I'm going to be 60, 60, 60. You're going to be 257. I'm going to be camp straight. He going to be on camp straight. For mama. You gonna be down him, but here down. You're gonna 290. You're 290. You're gonna be 290. You're gonna be 290. You're gonna be 290. I 290. You're 291. I got a man here. You're gonna be 291. You're 91. 1. You're gonna be 290. 91. 290. 91. You're gonna be 291. 1. 290. I gonna be Haas 2. Haas on 2. You're gonna be heifer. You're gonna be celebrate. You're gonna be 265. You're 265. 65. You're gonna be 240. On 240. You're gonna be 240. Overton, thank you to you. You're gonna be 240. On 240. I'm gonna be 231. You're gonna be 231. On 230. 31. I'm gonna be 31. 2. You're gonna be 32. 33. You're gonna be 34. You're gonna be 35. In 36 here. You're gonna be 37. You're gonna be 38. I'm gonna be 39 and 39. Hit 40. You're gonna be 241. You're gonna be 242. You're gonna be 242, on 240, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. High gonna be 241. I gonna be Jerry and get him on 22 in Prague. You get him on Jerry 22 Prague. He steered. He gonna be $3, $5. He gonna be $305. Hit $3, $5. You hit $5 here. Down be $305. Hit $5. He gonna be $3 and $5. He gonna be $305. Hit $5, $5, $5. He gonna be $305 here. He gonna be $285. He gonna be $285. On $285. He gonna be $285 here. What's wrong here now? He gonna be $285. He gonna be $255. On $255. Fine, fine. Down $255 here. Trench on Trim here. $255. Is $60. He gonna be $260. He gonna be $260. Hit $55, $60. He gonna be $255, $60. $255. Is that Geronimo? On $255, Geronimo. On their heifers, he gonna be a little Wayne, 2-round shots, guys, are open to you. Are you going to be long time, Wayne? 2 rounds of vaccines open. On, are you going to be Silvertier? Are you going to be 325? And 325, hand bid 5 here. Are you going to be 325? And 325, long time, Wayne. Are you going to be 325? And 325, hand 5 here. Are you going to be 305 here? Down bid 305. And now 305, do it here. Are you going to be 305? And 305, do it here. 557. Are you going to be 307? If 5 here, are you going to be 7 up here? I'm going to be 305. I'm going to be 7. Going to be 7. Going to be 7. Are you going to be 305? I'm going to be Mackey. I ain't going to be number 42. Mackey, 42. You going to be old ropers here now. He going to be a little hard things. I'll sell him by the head right here down. He going to be $500. You going to be 5 1/4. You hit 5 1/4. You hit 5 1/4. What's that? He going to be 5 1/4. He 5 1/4. He going to be, guys, you're getting a heifer on them now. He going to be by the head. I'm on 250. I got a man down 275. You know 3 now quarter and 3 1/2. 375. $400. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. Hit 450. Hand 450. 50. 60. 75. Hit 500. 5 1/4. 5 1/2. 75. Now 600. Hit 600. He going to be 1/4. 6 1/4 hex. Now 675. Hit 700. He going to be 7 1/4. Hit 7 1/4 high. 750. He going to be 750. Hit 750. I ain't going to be 7 1/4. Are you going to be 7 1/2? Are you going to be 7 1/4 high? It's 750. Are you going to be 750? 7 1/4, 7 1/2. Are you going to be 7 1/4, 7 1/2? 7 1/4. That's going to be Murrow. Be Pinar Herefords. Guys, going to be 20 head of these calves here. Going to be 2 rounds of shots in them. Right off their mamas. They're good now. Thank you, Kyle. Oh, you a tip or anything? You're going to be 367. I'm 367. 7 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 367. I'm 367. They're steers now. You're going to be 367. I'm 350. I'm now 350. I'm 350. I'm 50 to be 50 to them. You're going to be 350. I'm going to be 350. I'm 350. Hand 35. And 335. Hand being 337. I got a man here. Hand being 337. And 335. You're going to be 7 up here. I'm going to be 335. And now 740. And 342. I'm going to be 345. You're going to be 347. Now 50. And 350. And now 222, and now 5, and 355. You're going to be 7 up here, 357, 60, 362. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2 now, 5, 365, 65, and 365, 5, 5, 2, 0, 5 here. You're going to be 362. I'm going to be Camp. I ain't going to on 0. I ain't going to on Campo. I ain't going to on Camp on 0. Big brothers, guys, 2 rounds of the vaccines in them. Herefords and good. Now they're steers. He going to be about down bid 325 and 325 and bid 5 here. He going to be about 325 and 325. You get 5 here. You're going to be about 325 and 325. 5, 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 315. Hit 15. And you're going to 15. And you're going to steers now. 315. Hit 15. High. You're going to be 15. 15. You're going to be now 16. Now 316. Hit 316. 17. You're going to be 18. 318. 19. 19. And now 20. Hey, going to be 320. You 2. You're going to be 322 and 5. You're going to be 327. And now 30. Hey, you're going to be 30, 30, 30. 327. Going to be 30. 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 327. I'm going to be Mackey. You're going to be 55. Mackey 55. You're going to be here down. You're going to stairs. They're bigger down. You're going to be Silvertier. You're going to here down. You're going to 305 and 305. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be Camp. What do you think you're down? You're going to be 305 and 305. You 305 here. You own Trim here. You're going to be 305 and 305. You 5 here down. You're going 5 here, you gonna be 305 and 305, 292, hit 2, 5, not gonna man, you gonna be 95 and 295 at 295, he gonna be 95 here, he gonna be 295, 205 here, I gonna be 292 and 2 and 2 and 5 here, 292 Freeman, 292, you get him on Freeman, they're gonna be Hereford Steers here, I'm gonna be the Bulls, take care of my long guys, they're 2-round shots in them here now, they're Bulls, so you're gonna be Cemetery down being 305 and 305 and 5 here, I'm gonna be 305 here, Mackie, anything here, you're gonna be 305 and 305 and being 5 here, you're gonna be down 7, hey now 7 of it, 7 of 5 and 305, you're gonna be 7 up here, down being 305 here, 7 and 305, you're gonna be 7 up here, I got money right in the middle right here now, 305, 307 and 305, you're gonna be 7 of it, 7 of 5, you're gonna be 305, not gonna be Mackie, I get him on 55, Mackie on 55. Big Bulls here. You're gonna be 290. Yeah, 290. You're gonna be 290, 90, 90. You're gonna be 290. 290. You're gonna be 290, 90, 90. You're gonna be 290. You're gonna be 280. 280. You're gonna be 280. I'm gonna be Freeman. You're looking here. You're gonna be 280. 280. You're gonna be 270. You're gonna be 270. 270. You're gonna be 270. 70, 70. You're gonna be 250 and walk him out that door. 1. I got a man down. 251. You hit 1, 1, 1. You're gonna be 51 here. Down JW on time here. Down. You're gonna be 251. 250, 51, 2, hang gonna be 55 and 55 and 55, 205 here, hang gonna be 55, 55, 252 and 2 and 2 and 5 here, hang gonna be 252, I gonna be CA 66, CA 66, I'm gonna be to get about and how you gonna be? Steer now. I'm gonna be to get about bull. I ain't gonna be. On 380 and 380, I'm gonna be 380 and 380 and be 380 on 380, I'm gonna be 380 and gonna be 380 and gonna be 380. Bull 2-round shots at him, guys. That take 350 on him and 350. I'm gonna 5. You 355 and 355 5 5. I got a band here down being 355 and 355 and being 5 here. I'm gonna be 355 here. I'm gonna be 355. I'm gonna be 350. Sir, how do we charge him there? Ferguson, you bet, Ferguson. I'll be the Bar X Ranch. Guys, they're home raised. They're going to be 90 plus days on the weaning. I'm going to be 90 days. Sell a steer outside out there, guys. So you're going to be, you're going to be, sell a steer, 320. At 320. I ain't 320. You're going to be 322. I'm going to be here. You're going to be 322. You're 2. I'm going to be 25. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 2 and 32. You're going to be 32. Yes, sir. I'm 35. You're going to be 35 and 32, 35. And you're going to be 335, 7 and 337. You're going to be not 40. You're going to be not 2 and 342, 345. And you're going to be 347, 347, 50 and 352, 2, 5 here down being 355 and 205. You get them on 352 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. I'm gonna be 352. I gotta be Troy at number 7. You get them in Troy on 7. 90-day open heifer. You gonna be? How's the wrestling match? Ah, 710-pound open heifer now. She guaranteed open. You gonna be about 90-day yearling open. You gonna be about Cemetery. You gonna be on 285. 285. 85 here. You gonna be 285. 85 here. You gonna be about 285 on 285. You gonna be 271. You gonna be 272. 1 2 1 2 1 2 270 1 2 1 2 1 2. I got a man down here. Be 272 3. Down 73 forward. You gonna be 75. It's 76 here. You gonna be 77. You gonna be 78. 79 80. You gonna be 280. 279 80. I'm gonna be 280 80 80. You gonna be 270. 270 80. You're gonna be 270 80. You're gonna be 279. I'm gonna be Troy number 1. You're gonna be Troy and 16X and Preg. Troy 16X Preg. 90 days open. He gonna beat. He gonna about 330 and 330. Now 30 30 30. Down gonna be 330. Down 330 and 330. Get 222. Down gonna be 222. On 332. Down gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Down gonna be down here. Down 5. Hit 35. 37. Gonna be 40. Down 42. 45. Hit 47. 50. Down 50. 50. Down 50. Get 2. Down 52. On 352. Down gonna be 2 to be 2. Down 352 and 2. Gonna be 352. 2 to the 2 to the 2 350. I'm gonna be Evans. He's gonna be 350 on Evans. He can. Guys, Popeye came off a load of steers now. 270. Are you going to be 270, 70, 70? Big old Yearling now. Do you going to be 270? On 270. I ain't going to be 70, 70, 70. Do you going to be 255? On 255, 7. I got a man, bit of a 7, bit of a 7. 255. You going to be 7 up here, down 55 here. Do you going to be 7 of it, 7 of it, man, bit of a 7. You do it here, down going to be 255, 7, 255. I going to be CA. At number 88. Yearling's off the load, guys. Just light here now. I'm going to be here now. Long Yearlings. How you going to be? You going to be down 330. Yeah, 330. Oh, yeah, now 330, 30, 30, 30. Now you're going to be 330. I'm 330. Guys ran on the short wheat now. He going to be 315. At 315. And 15. And 15. And $3 at $3. You get $3 here. Down going to be $3 here. Down 333. Down $3. Hit 333. You're going to be 275. You're going to 275 77. 277. You're going to be 277. 275 77. 275. Money's in the ring. 80. How you going to be 280? 282. On 285. You're going to be 287. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 292. You're going to be 292. Get 2. I'm going to be 292 and 2 and 2. Hey, you're going to be 292, 2 but 2, 2, 2, 2, 290. I'm going to be JW5. You're JW on 5. You're going to be Hereford Bull. He going to be 200. And I'm on here down to 55. At 255. You're going to be 255. You're going to be 255. 255. On 255. You're going to be 240. You're going to be 240. On 240. I'm going to be 240, 40, 40. You're going to be 230. 230. On 230. I'm going to be $2 and walk him out that door. 2. I'm going to be 5, 10, 15, 20. At 220. You're going to be 25. I'm going to be 30. You're going to be 30. 225, 30. On 225. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 30. 35, you're going to be 35, on 235, you get 230, 35 here, now you're going to be 235, you're going to be 230, I'm going to be Geronimo. Sell Heifer, you're going to be, sell him a tear down, 300, and I went down, what's that? 310. I'm going to be 310. I'm going to be 10. You're going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. At 310. You're on tired. How 15. Hit 15. I'm going to be 310. 15. Hit 15. I'm going to be 15. I'm going to be 15. You do it here. I'm going to be 310. 15. Hit 20. Almost got me too. 320. At 320. Hey, you're going to be 325 and 325. Hit 30. Hey, you're going to be 335. Hey, you're going to be 35. And now 40. Hey, you're going to be 345 and 345 and 340. 45. Hey, you're going to be 345 here. Down to 340. I'm going to be Mackie. I ain't going to be 32. Mackie, I'm 32. You're going to be 335. 335, bull down. You're going to be 35 and 335. You're going to be 5 here, down. You're going to go 335 here. You're going to be 335 and 335 and bid 5 here. You're going to be about 320 and 320. You 20 to be 20. I'm trying for $3. You're going to be $3 on him. Get $3. You get $3 here and 2 down. You're going to go 302. Hit 5. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 7. I'm going to be 10. You're going to be 15. You're going to be 20 and 320. And you're going to go 320 out of the net. 320. Hit 5. 325. Starting here at 30 and you're going to 35, 40, 45 and 345. You're going to be 345 here, down to 345 and 340, 45. You're going to be 345 bid, 5 by 340. Hail 44 on 1. Hail 44 on number 1. Black Baldies are good here now. You're going to be, Silverter, man. I'll be the Hex cattle guys. Bill Hex sitting right here with us today now. Guys, we got a round of shots over here. Black leg, no implants, right off their mamas. I'm guaranteed to be open to you now. He gonna be Silvertear. He gonna be 297. You're 297. You're 297. You're gonna be 97. You're gonna be 297. On 297. You're gonna be 96 here. You're gonna be 7 up here. You're gonna be 290. On 290. You're 290, 90. You're gonna be 290. Do it here. You're gonna be 290. On 290. You're gonna be 280. And now 281. I got a band. You're gonna be 281 mid, one bound. You're gonna be 285. 81, 1, 1, 1, 2, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86 here. 87, 88, negative 89, 89, hit 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, negative 289, hit 9, 9, 9, 9, negative 288, negative 9, negative 9, negative 9, negative 288. I gotta be Mackie, gotta 152, Mackie on 52. I'm guaranteed open shots in him here now. He's going to be right off their mamas. He's going to be 265. On 265 and 5 here. He's going to be 265. 265, 5, 5, 5. He's going to be 265. He's going to be 250. He's going to be 250. On 250. I'm going to be 50. He's going to be 240. I got a man here. 1. He's going to be 242. On 243. He's going to be 244. He's going to be 244. He's going to be 245. 46 here. He's going to be 7. He's going to be 248. He's going to be 249 and 249. Hit 950. And I'm going to 51 and now 2, 2, 2, 3 and now 54. Hit 55, 6 here. You're gonna be 7. You're gonna be 8, 58. Hit 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 60. You're gonna be 261. You're gonna be 62. Hit 3 and now 64. Down 65, 6 here. Down 7. Hit 8. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 269. 8 to 9. You're gonna be 268. 9, 9, 9, 70. You're gonna be 270. On 269, 70. 9 here. You're gonna be 70. You're gonna be 70. You're gonna be 70. You're gonna be 70. 269. I'm gonna be Troy 1X and Preg. Troy 1X and Preg. Offer Mama, round of shots in here. You're going to be 320. At 320. At 320, 20, 20. You're going to be 320. At 320, 20 to 20 to You're going to be 320. Down to 310. At 310. High going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. High going to be 310. At 310. I'm going to be $3 on her. Going to be $3. Hit 3. 333. You're going to be Trent. What do you think here? I'm going to be 280. I'm going to be 280. On 280. I'm going to be 280. I'm going to be on 240 Walker. At 242. He's going to be 2 to be 2. I'm going to be 242. 5. I'm going to be 245. I'm going to be down here. They're going to be 245. On 242. High going to be 245. 7. They're going to be 247. Out of the net here. They're going to be down 50. Down 5. Now 60. Down 5. Down 65. On 265. 5. 5. They're going to be 265. 265. 70. They're going to be 270. On 270. And 275. And 275. 275. 80. They're going to be 280. 280. Is 75. 80. I'm going to be 275 here. 80s here. I'm going to be 275. Mackie. I'm going to be on 42. Mackie on 42. On little heifer. They're going to be Silvertear down to 330 and 330. I and 330, 30, 30. I'm going to be 330 and 332. I'm going to be here down to 32 and 332. I'm going to be 222. I'm going to be 332. I'm going to be 332. I'm going to be 330. Hit 222, 330. Then I'm going to be Mackie. I'm going to be on number. I'm going to be 2X. Mackie 2X. 375, bull outside now. 375, at 375. You're going to be 375 here. You're going to be 375 at 375 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 375. You're going to be 360 at 360. I now 68. I'm being 360. You're going to be 360 at 360. I'm going to be 360. The bull outside out there, guys. 360. Do it here at 365 and 365 here. And I'm going to be 365 at 365. You get 5 here. 70 and 375 and 375 and 375. 75 here. You're going to be 375. 80. I'm going to be 380 and 380. I'm going to 75 80. You're going to be 375 80 and 375 80s here. I'm going to be 375 80 and 375. And that was going to be one more time there. Ferguson, you bet. Ferguson. Silver Red Man here. You're going to be Silvertear. What'd you say? Steer. 305. Hit 305. You're going to be 305 here. 305. Hit 5. You're going to be on 285. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. Hit 285. You're going to be 85 here. You're going to be on 260. On 260. Hit 222. I'm going to be on 262. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 262. You're going to be 262. I'm going to be 260. I'm going to be Mackie. Hand number. You're going to be 45. they're going to be steers to you now. You're going to be a round of shots in them. And you're going to be 325. You're 325. You're going to be 325 here, J-Dub. What do you think you're down? Going to be 325 and 325, 7, 327 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 325 and 327. Steers are vaccinated. 325, 7 and 325. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 325 here. You're going to be 7 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 325, 7, 325. I'm going to be JW5. Their steers are vaccinated now. How you going to be kind of get big right here now? You're going to be 306, you're 306, and now 6 here. You're going to be campy looking here down. You're going to get 306 high, and 306, and now 6 here down. You're going to get 306, and 306, and now $3 on them. One and round of shots or steers are good now. $3 on them. Get $3. You get one. I got a van down here too. You're going to be 303. You're going to be 303, and 303, 3. All out here 4, 5, 6 here. You're going to be 7. You get 10. Going to be down 12 now, 15, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 2, and 22. I'm going to be 325, you're 327, 327, 30, and 332. You're going to be 35, you're going to be 335, and 332, and 5, and bid 5 here. You're going to be 332, 2, 2, 5 here, down 32, 35, 332, and that's Bates. I'm going to be number 6. Big old Yarlin steer now. He going to be Celementary. And you're going to be 10, you're going to be 295, 295, you're going to be 95 here, you're going to be 295, you're going to be 295, 295, and 95 here, you're going to be 280, then you're going to be 280, 280, I'm going to be 280, pretty good Yarlin right here now, you're going to be round of shots, guys, you're going to be 270, 271, I'm going to be here down, you're going to be 271, 270, 71, one bid, one bond, you're going to be 271, you're going to be 271, you're going to be 271, 270, I'm going to be CA, number 88. Boys, you got big. How you going to be? You going to be Celementary down 220. It's 220. You 220. You going to be 20. You going to be 20. You going to be 20. 220. How you going to be $2 on him? How you going to be $2 here? $2. You get 222. You going to be $2 on him here too. You going to be $2 too. You're going to be 190. 190. You get 90, 90, 90. 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 170, 170, 70, 70, and 170, 170, and 170. Kill him then, boys. 140, 140, 140 to 40 to 140, 141. I got a van down here. 141, 141, 2. You're going to be 43, 143, 5, 147. You're 50, 150, 50, 50, 1, 2. You're going to be 2, 3, 53, 153. You're 333, 152, and 2, and 3's here. 152. You're going to be 3, you're going to be 3, you're going to be 3, 152. I going to be Rob. Get an X on him. Rob X. Bill, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Guys, just a touch of a crooked head right here now. He'll feed right along. He's going to be Celementary. He's going to be 185, 185, 85 here, 185, 85 here, 185, 185, 85 here. Then going to be 85, 7, 87 of it, 7 of 5, 87. He's going to be 90, 192, 195, 195, 195, 97 of it. You're going to be $2 on him. You're going to be 205. You're going to be now 10, 210. You're 12 now, 15. You're now 17. You're going to be 17. You're 20 and 25. You're going to be 25. You're 27. Both out here. 227, 225, 7. 225, you're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 225 and 227, 225. Wonger X, Wonger X. Oh, he long to Yerlin now. Steer. Watch him. He gonna be. He gonna be. And he gonna be. He gonna be 285. And 285. 85 here. He gonna be 285. 85 here. He gonna be. He gonna be 285. And 285. 85 here. He gonna be 250. And 252. I gonna be here. I gonna be 252. You two. I gonna be two. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. I gonna be 252 and 2 and 2 and 2. I gonna be. I'm gonna be 250. I gonna be. You say 8x. You're gonna be 88. 88, 88, CA, number 8 and 8. She heifer. She's got a Popeye. She's weaned right here now. You're going to be, she will be guaranteed open to you now. You're going to be, you're going to be 230. On 230, I ain't going to be 230, 30, 30. You're going to be 230. You're 232. I ain't going to be 232. I ain't going to be 232 and 2. You're going to be 232. You're 2. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 232 and 2 and 2. You're going to be 230. Sir, how do we charge him up there? Old Jerry. That's right. Old Jerry, 22. And go ahead and preg her, please. Okay. You're gonna be a little swell underneath the legs right there down. You're gonna be settlement there. You're gonna be $1.50, 150, and $1.50, 50, 50, 50. You're gonna be 120, 120. You get 120, 120, 120. Whatever he's telling you, don't believe him. You're gonna be 120, 120. You're gonna be dollar bill 2, 102, 102. I ain't gonna be 2, 50 cents a pound. 2, 52, Diagonal Van, 52, down your own time, 52, 5, 55, 65, we're going to be 70, 70, 70, 75, 75, 80, Native Economy, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 85, 85, you get 90, you're going to be 90, 95, you're going to be 90, 85, 90, 85, you're going to be 90, 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 85, and that's going to be Kyle. You get him on 0, I ain't get him on Kyle O. I'll be a new deal for you. He's a steer, and he's 60-plus days now. Round of shots in him. You're going to be $4. You get $4 on him. Hand $4 here. You're going to be $4. You get forward. Hand forward. And $4 on him. Hand 380. Hand 380. And 380. I ain't going to. 380's here, 380, 380, I think it'll be 82, yes sir, you're gonna be, you bet you guys, gonna sell him for the insurance, got a little cut on his foot down there. I ain't gonna be $3, 2, you get 302. I ain't gonna be 302. Got a cut on his foot, guys. Buy him that way. 7 and 302, 5. Ain't gonna be 305 and 302, 5. Ain't gonna be 302, 0, 5 here. I ain't gonna be 302. Gonna be 5. Gonna be 5. Gonna be 5, 7 and 307 and now 10 and now 12 and be 312, 15. He gonna be 17. I'm gonna be 20. You're gonna be 22. You're gonna be 25. You're gonna be 27, 30. You're 32. He gonna be 35. You're gonna be 37. You're gonna be 40. You're gonna be 42 and 45, 47, 50 to 52, 52 and 352. I ain't gonna be 352, 22, 350. Manuel. She's a yearling heifer. She's guaranteed open to you. I ain't going to be 255. You're 255 and be 5 here. You're going to be 255. On 255, you're going to be 255. You're going to be 241. You're going to be 241. On 241, you're going to be 241 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 30. On 231, I'm going to be here 231. On 230, 31, 1 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 232. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37 and 37. And now 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 247. Now 50. You're going to be 250. And now 2 and 252 and 2. And going to be 252. You're 2. I ain't going to be 252. I'm going to be 252. I'm going to be 252 and 2 and 2. And you're going to be 250. I'm going to be Jerry 22 and Preg. Yeah. You're going to be off his mama, 2-round shots. He's steer. You're going to be Silvertear. You're going to be 285. 285. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. And 85. 85 here. You're going to be down 250. On 250. On 50 to be 50 to bound. You're going to be 250. I'm going to be 250. On 250. I'm going to be 250. I'm going to be 250. I'm going to be 232. On 232. 5. You're going to be 37. And now 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 245. On 245. You're going to be 245 here. I'm going to be 242, 225 here. You're going to be 242 and 5, 242. I'm going to be Trent. You get him on 24. You get him on Trent and number 24. She's a heifer, not for mama. 2 round shots entered. You gonna be 242. 242. I'm gonna be 2 you gonna be 242. 10 2 2 2. You gonna be 242. You 2. I'm gonna be 2. Gonna be 220. 220. And 20 to be 22. 25. You're gonna be 27. You're gonna be 30. You're gonna be 32. You're gonna be 35. You're 35. You're gonna be 35. Mac, you're gonna be 35. 237. And now 40. You're gonna be 240. You're gonna be 240. 40 40. You're gonna be 240. 240. 240. You're gonna be 237. I'm gonna be Trent. You're gonna be 242. You do it here. They're gonna be 240. 240. I'm gonna be Trent. 24X. You got it on Trent. 24X. You're going to be 2 round shots off their mamas. You're going to be on 300 and bid 5. At 305 and 5 here. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 292. 292. 5. You're going to be 295 here. You do it here. 295. At 97. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. At 305. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be 7 and 307. You're going to be 10. At 10. I'm going to be 10. You're going to be 10 12 and bid 312. At 15 and 15 15. You're going to be 312 and you're going to be 15 15 15. I'm going to be 312. I'm going to be Mackey. I'm going to be number 42. Mackey on 42. I'm going to be the Love Cattle. They got 2 rounds of vaccines. 90 plus days on them. 410. How you going to be 410? Wayne Heifers. How you going to be 410? At 410. I ain't going to be 10, 10, 10. I ain't going to be 410. You're 10. I ain't going to be 10, 10, 10. I ain't going to be 410. You're 10. How you going to be 10, 10, 10? You're going to be 410. 380. 382. I ain't going to be here and be 382. 382. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I ain't going to be 382 and 2 and 2. 380. I ain't going to be Mackey. I'm going to be number 32. Mackey on 32. Right. You're going to be 90 days, 2 rounds in them. You're going to be, Celebratory, 335. At 335, and be 5 here. You're going to be 335, boys. Ought to be there. 335. They're 90 days, Wayne. 335. At 335, and be 5 here. And 325. At 325, and be 5 here. You're going to be 325, 7. I got a man, 327, 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Hit 40, down 42. You're going to be 345. You're going to be 347, 347. And 345. You're going to be 7. 75, you're going to be 345, you're going to be 347, hit 50, you're going to be 350, you're going to be 350, hit 47, 50, you're going to be 347, I'm going to be Mackey, I'm going to be on 45, Mackey on 45. You're going to be Wayne Heifers. You're going to be on 1050. You're 1050. I'm going to be 10 high 75. You're going to be 1075. 1075. Bill, you on time. You're going to be 1075. You're going to be 1050. You're 1075. You're going to be 1050. You're going to be 75 here. And I got a man down here 1050, 75. And 1100. He 11 and quarter. 11 and quarter. 11 and quarter here. 11 and quarter. He 1125 here. 1125. And 1125 here. 1100 and quarter. 1100. Now going to be Jerry. I number 3. I'm going to be Jerry on 3. You're going to be little heifers. You're going to be Celebratory. You're going to be the Goodman cattle. They're going to be 30 days, Wayne, guys. They're all natural to you, and I like them. You're going to be Celebratory. You're going to be 355 and 355, 55. You're going to be 355 here, down bid 7 and 355, 7 up here, now 57 and now 60. You're going to be 360, and 360, and 57, 60 and 357. You're going to be 60, 60, 60. Go again here, down. You're going to be 357. You're going to be 62. It's 62. Down 5 here, bid 5, down 7, and 67, 70. You're going to be 370, 70, 70. You're going to be 70, 70, 70, down 367. I'm going to be Mackey. I'm going to be numbered. You're going to be 42. You're going to be Mackey on 42. On Heifer, you're going to be saying good cattle, Goodman cattle. I ain't going to be 262. You're 2. I ain't going to be 225. Jiggity 5, jiggity 5, jiggity 5, jiggity 5. 265. I got a man down here. 7. Jiggity 7, 70, 72, 75, 77, 80, 82, 85, 87. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 2. You're 95. You're going to be 295. You're 205. You're going to be 292 and 2 and 5 here. I'm going to be 292. I'm going to be 295, 292. I'm going to be Troy number 1. You're going to be Troy number 1. Sharbull here, negative beat, hand bid 313, and 313, high gonna be 13, 13, 13, and 313, hand gonna be 13, high gonna be 313, you gonna be $3 2, high gonna be 302, and 302, high gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, down 302, JW do it here, down 302, hit 2, 5, and 305, 7, hit 10, high gonna be 12, and 310, 12, and bid 310, gonna be 12, gonna be 12, gonna be 12, gonna be 12, 310, gonna be 12, gonna be 12, 310, Freeman, you get him 310, you get him on Freeman. See Hefford, he gonna be 300, and I'm 110, 12, 312, and 15, and 15, and 312, 15, 15, how you gonna be 15, 15, 15, he gonna be 15, 15, and 310, and 310, I gonna be 10, gonna be 10, you do it here, down 310, 12, 12, and 310, you're gonna be 12, 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 310, you're gonna be 12, 310, I gonna be Mackey, you're gonna be 52, Mackey, 5-2. Be new deal. Look like little weaned heifers. Be the Petrie Farms guys. Always sells a good one right here, sitting right here ringside with us today. Home raised guys, reputation program right here now. At least one complete round of vaccines in the good cattle. They're weaned 60 plus days. Guys, the heifers are going to be guaranteed open when they get big enough here now. Petrie cattle guys are always good right here. Handle up right. You're going to be weaned. How you going to be? You're going to be Selamatare. Sell by the head right here now. You're going to be 1050. You get 1050. 1050. How you going to be 1050? 75. 1075. 1100. 11 a quarter. 11 a high. 1175. You're going to be 12. You're 12 and a quarter. 12 and a high. 1250. Now 75. 1275. 1300. You're 13 quarter. You're going to be 13 high. 1350. 1350, and 1350, down 1335, now 50, 50, 50, 60, 1360, now 75, 85, 1385, 1400, 1410, 10, 10, 1410, 1410 quarter, 14 quarter, 1420, 535, 1435, 1450, 1450, 1450, pretty good kind, 1450, 1450, now 60, 1460, 1460, 75, 75 here, 1475, 1475, he ain't all that tough, 1475, 1475, and 68, he gonna be 75, 1460, I gonna be Jerry, I number 2, he gonna be Jerry on 2, Jerry number 2, he gonna be big sisters right here now, 60 plus days, guys, they're good, he gonna be Selamatare, he gonna be 405, hit 405, and bid 5 here, boys, how to be there, down bid 405, hit 5, hit 405 here, he gonna be 405, hit 5, 5, 5, 7, 407, gonna be 10, 410, 10, 10, 12, 412, and 15, bid 15, you're gonna be 16, you're gonna be 17, 18, 18, you're gonna be 19, you're gonna be 20, 420, you're 21, you're gonna be 22, you're gonna be 23, you're gonna be 24, you're gonna be 25, and 26 here, you're gonna be 2600, and 26, and now 6 here, 7, you're gonna be 27, and 427, 8, you're gonna be 428, 8, 8, and you're gonna be 428, it's 7 up here, and 8, I'm gonna be 427, you're gonna be 428, and you're gonna be 427, I'm gonna be Jerry on 2, you're gonna be Jerry on 2. Guys are weaned. They're open to you now. The Petrie cattle are unvaccinated, 60 plus days here. He's going to be a pretty good kind hound. He's going to be open if you need him to be now. He's going to be Selamatare down. He said he's going to be down 340 and 340. You get 341. He's going to be 341 and 341. 1 1. He's going to be 341 bid. 1 by 9. He's going to be 341. If 41 boys ought to be there now. 341. If 1 1 1 and 335 and walk them. 335. 6 other. Not going to man down. 336 and 336, and now 6 here. Evans, you looking online, 336 and 336, and now 6 here. You're going to be 37, you're 38, you're going to be 39, you're going to be now 40, you're going to be 41, you're going to be 42, you're going to be 43, now 43, and 44, you're going to be 45, you're going to be 45, and 345. You get up on 345 here, down bid 5, and 344, 5, 6 here, down 47, you're going to be 48, and you're going to be 49, hit 9, 9, 9, 9, out of the net here, you're going to be 349, hit 9, 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 349, 9, you're going to be 348, you're going to be 349, you're going to be 348. I'm going to be Mackey. I'm going to be on 52. Mackey on 52. All 60-day open heifers. He gonna be Silvermeter. He 309. You 999. He gonna be 309. You 9. Gonna throw 9. He gonna be $3 on a 1. He gonna be down 2 and 302. 1 2. Dang. Gonna be 301. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Hit 3. 3 4. He gonna be 305. Hit 307. Now 10. 310. Gonna be 12. Gonna be 15. Hit 15. He gonna be 17. He gonna be 20. Dang. Gonna be 322. Now 325 and 325. Hit 5 here. Dang. Gonna be 320. Wayne now 325 and 325. 2 0 5 here. Going to be 322. High going to be 325 here. High going to be 322. Overton 322. Get them on Overton. Oh, they're going to be lean up in your seats here, boys. Their stairs are good. 60 plus days. High get here. Down. Going to be down. They're going to be down. They're going to be down. $5 on them. You find out there. You get $5 on them. You get 5. You get $5 here, boys. Ought to be there. Down $5 on them too. Down bid 505. You get 10 now. 15. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 5. You get 525. 525 here. You're going to be 525. 30. If 535, you're going to be down 40. 545. 545. 50. 55. 60. It's 65. 70. 75. 80. 585. 85. 95. 90. Hit 95. And 595. If 595. You hit 95 here. You're going to be 590. 95. If 595. And 5 here. Jerry, you want some of this here. Down 595 here. You're going to be 595. 590. D&D on 1. 590. You get them on D&D. At number 1. All 60 days, guys. Their steers are vaccinated. You're going to be hard to find right here now. You're going to be how much on these? You're going to be 10. You're going to be for 40. You for 40. You 5. You 45. You 45. And I got a man for 45. You for 45. 5 for 45. You for 45. You 5 here down. 5 for 45. You for 45. I got a man down here. Bid for 45. You 5. Yes sir. Down bid for 45. You for 45. And bid 5 here down for 45. You for 45. Be no cheaper now. For 45. Mackie going to be 45. Hit 45 and for 45 here down for 40 45 here now 50 hit 50 and 55 and bid 55 hit for 55 5 and for 55 and for 55 5 and now 55 450 I gotta be D&D on 2 I ain't gonna be D&D hit number 2. You bet you guys, green steers here now. You're going to be ring full of them. You're going to be about 60 days, guys. All the shots be about as good as you're going to find one today. You're going to be 404, hit forward and forward. And you're going to force here, and you're going to 404, hit forward. And you're going to 404, and you're going to 404, hit forward. And you're going to 60 plus days or steers, and they're good. 404, hit forward. And you're going to 404, and you're going to be 390, at 392. Now you're going to be in 5, you're going to be 7, you're going to be in 4, you're going to be in 2, hit 402, 5, 405, you're going to be 7. 407, hit 407. Are you going to be 7 on 10, 14, hit 12, and you're going to get 15, you're going to be 17, hit 20, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 25, hit 27, and for 27, hit 30, you're going to be 30, 32, you're going to be 32, and for 32, I ain't going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, and I'm going to get 432, hit 2, I ain't going to be 2, 2, 2, you're going to be 432, and 32, I ain't going to be 2, 2, 2, I ain't going to be 430, I ain't going to be D&D on 2, I ain't going to D&D on 2. Big Brothers, guys, 60 plus days, round of vaccines in them. You're going to be 325, hit 325, and bid 5 here, you're going to be 325, hit 5 here, how you going to be, 325 here, down, you're going to 325, and 325, and bid 5 here, you're going to be 325, and you're going to get 15, and 315, you're going to be 16, you're going to be 17, you're going to be down 20, at 320, D&D, you're going to be 20, and bid 320, at 320, you get 20, 20, 20, you're going to be 320, and 320, is 17, 22, and you're going to get down 22, and 322, hit 2, I ain't going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, and you're going to get 322, ain't going to be 320. That's Bates. I ain't get him on 6. Bates on 6. To the Petrie family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle, guys. Always a pleasure to sell them for you. Thanks to all the buyers there involved. Really nice job. Be the three-way cattle company here for you. Home raised 2-round shots. They're weaned how long? 90 plus days on the weaning, guys. 90 plus days. They're steers and they're good. On you gonna be down 430. Hit 30. You hit 430, 30, 30. You're gonna be 432. Now I got a man 432. Hit 2. Now 5. You're gonna be what you got. You bet you guys. Check your weight right there. Weight change here. 432. Hit 32. How you gonna be 32? How you gonna be 32? At 32. D&D gonna be 32. Then you're gonna go to 35. How you gonna be 35? Hit 435 and 5 here. Down. 35 here. Down. 435. Freeman gonna be 35. Hit 35 and 432. Here. 5 here. You're gonna be 35. Hit 35. John, what do you think you're down? You're gonna go to 435. 37. Hit 437. 40. 42. Hit 45. Hey, gonna be 45. Hit for 42. Down 5 here. Down. For 42 and 5. Hit 42. Gonna be 5, get him in 7, 47, 50, hit 52, down to 55 here, down bid 55, hit 52, down to 5, 452, not 5, hit 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, you're gonna be 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 2, I gonna be D&D on 3, and D&D on number 3. And look, same way, guys. 90 plus days. They're vaccinated. They're good. You're going to be 355. Hit 355 and now 68 and 355, 68, 355, 7 and 357. 7 appeared high. Bit of a 7, bit of a 7, bit of a 7 and 355. You're going to be 7 of it, 7 of 5 and bit of a 7 and 355. You're going to be 7, 7, 7 and bit of a 7. I got a man down here. Bit of a 7 and 355. Yes, sir. Down bit of a 7, bit of a 7, 60 and now 62. High. You're going to be 65 down. Be 67 and 367. You're going to be 70. You're going to be 372. Down. You're going to be 375 and 377. You're going to be 375, 377, and 375, 7 appeared, you're going to be 375, you're going to be 377, you're going to be 375, 77, you're going to be 375, I'm going to be D&D on 3, I'm going to be D&D, and number 3. There's Steer Yarlands. How you going to be? You going to be Celebrate down to 315 and 315 and be 15 and 315. You 15. You 15, 15 and 310 at 310. How you going to be 10? Going to be 10. Going to be 10 at 310. How you going to be 310? Sunny on time here down $3 at $3.01. How you going to go to 301 down 301 and 301 How you going to be 222 now? Yarland Steers now 301 hit 3 333 and 302. Going to be 3. Going to be 3. Going to be 3 and 302. I get him in 3, get him in 3, get him in 3, get him in 3, 302. I get to be CA, and you say number 8. On, he gonna be steered. He gonna be on. He gonna be. That's about right, ain't it, Rob? How you gonna be? He gonna about him, but you're down. 270 on 270. He said go ahead. He gonna be 270 on 270. He gonna be hanging on 250 on 250. On 50 to be 50 to bound. He gonna be 250. He gonna be 230 on 230. On 230, 30, 30. He gonna be $2 on him. 2. He gonna be down 5. He gonna be 7. 207. You 10. I'm gonna be down 12. I'm gonna be 12, 15. And gonna be 17. You're 17. You're going to be down 20. You're 20. You're 2. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 25. You're 25. Now 7. 27. You're going to be 30. 230. You're 30, 30, 30. 27. You're going to be 30. 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 227. I'm going to be JW. Get him on 7. Our stairs, he gonna be 90 days here. He gonna be 330. 330. I'm gonna go to 330. 90 days stairs here now. He gonna be 330. 330. I'm now 30, 30, 30. He gonna be 330. He gonna be 330. Down $3 on him 2. And 302. I'm gonna be 222. Down 302. Hit 2. He gonna be 2. He gonna be 2. Down 255. At 255. 60. 260. 260. And 255. 60. You're gonna be 255. He's here. You're gonna be 255. 65. 75. 80. 85. 590, 290, you're going to be 290, 90, both out here. You're going to be 285, 90, 285, going to be 90 here, you're going to be 285, going to be 90, going to be 90, going to be 90, 285, Manuel. You're going to be their stairs. You're going to be 90 plus days on them. You're going to be $3 too. Get 302. Get two. You get $3 and two. Through two. I got a man. Right? You're gonna be $3 and two. Through two. You get two, 5. You're gonna be 7. You're now 10. Now 15, 20. You're gonna be 5 and 325, 30. You're gonna 35. You're gonna be 7. You're gonna be 37 and 337. You're gonna be 37, 40. You're gonna be 40 and 340. Both out here down be 340. Down be 340, 40, 40. 337. They're gonna be Jerry. Get them on 6. She's going to be 90 days. She's open. You're going to be the only heifer on the deal now. 290. Yeah, 290. You're going to be 290, 290, 290, 290. You're going to be 290. 290. You're going to be 290 to be 90 to bomb. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 281. 281. You're going to be 271. You're going to be 271. 270. You get 111. You're going to be 271 bid. You're going to be 250. You're 250. I'm going to be 90-day yearling, guys. She's open. 251. I got a van. 251. Get 1. You're going to be 251, 252, 222. On 252. I'm going to be 23, 4, 54, 5, down 55. Yes, 7. You're going to be 60, down 260. 57, 60. You're going to be 257, 60. You're going to be 257. I'm going to be Troy, 1X, and Prague to guarantee. What you got? I'll be the Kenny cattle guys off their mamas. They got 2 rounds of vaccines in them. Heifers are going to be open to you. You're going to be 305. You get 305. You get 5 here. You're going to be 305. 5. You're going to be 305 here. Open to you. 2 rounds of vaccines in the good cattle. You're going to be 305. You get 305. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 291. 290, 91, 2. Now you're going to be 291, 2, 2, 2, 3. You're going to be 93. You get 93. 93 forward. You're going to be 94. You get 94. You're going to be 95 here. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96 higher. You get 97. You're going to be 98. You're going to be 99. You're going to be down 3. Down $3 on them 1. At 301. 1, 2. You're going to be 303. You're going to be 304. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. You're 306 here. Down 6 here. Down 305 here. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be down 7. And 307. Hey, you're going to be 307. Hey, 7, 8. 308. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And you're going to be 7 up here. And 8 here. Down. You're going to be 307. 8, 8, 8. And 307. I'm going to be Troy, number 1. You're going to be Troy, number 1. You're going to be Troy 1. Stayers vaccinated 2 times now. You're going to be on 310 at 312. Down 312. I got a van 310 12 at 310. I got a 12 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 322 at 325 at 325. You're going to be 7 and 27 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35 and 37. You're going to be 37 and 335. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 335 and 337 and 335. I'm going to be JW5. You're going to be on JW5. Or stairs, he gonna be. 2 rounds off his mama. He's steered. He's a good one now. He's going to be on 372 and 372. 2, 2, 2. I'm going to be 372. Get 2. I'm going to be 2 on the good steer outside, guys. 372 and 350. Then 352. And I got a man here down. 352. Get 2, 2, 2. 352. Do it here down. 352. Get 2. I'm going to be down 5, 5, 5, 7. Now 60, 62, 65, 67, 67. I'm 365. Time be 7 up here. 365. You get a 367. You're going to be 365. Get JW. I ain't got a number 2. You're going to be JW2. Effort, 2 rounds. He going to be guaranteed open to you. He going to be 310 and 310. High going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10 and 310. I going to be 10, 10, 10. I going to be 310. I going to be 290 at 290. At 2, you're going to be 90, 290, 295. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 2. 302 at 302. I going to be 2225. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 307. You're going to be 10, 12. You're 15. Hey, you're going to be 315. You're 15. Hey, you're going to be 17. You're going to be 17 at 315. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 315 bid, 17 bound. You're going to be 315. I'm going to be Evans. Hey, now 17. You do it high, so you're going to be 317.20 at 320. Hey, you're going to be 320 Evans and 320 and 317. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 20 out of the net. 320 at 320. You're going to be 17.22 and 22. You're going to be 322. 320 Evans at 320 and get them on Evans. Thanks everybody. On you're going to be be the Floyd Farms guys. As always, a nice program right here. Round of shots in them. They're going to be steers right off their mamas. You're going to be 365. You get 365. You get 5 here down now. 7. You're going to be 7. And 365. 770. You're going to be 72, 75, 77, 80. And innovation 80. And 380. 380. 82 down to 85. You're going to be 385. 85. 85 here. You're going to be 385. 87. And 90. You're going to be 390. And you're going to be 390. Freeman. You're going to be 390. You're going to be 390. And 387. 90. 88. 99. Now 90. You're 390. You're going to be 390. 90. 90. You're going to be 390. You're 390 out here. 390. You're going to be 390. 90. 90. 91. You're going to be 92, you're going to be 92, 91, 2, 92, 91, 2, and 391, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, you're going to be 391, they're going to be Carl, get him on 5, you get him on Carl, on 5. On their stairs, he going to be St. Cattle Floyd Farms now. He going to be 330 at 330. I ain't going to be 31. He going to be 31. Bates going to be 31 and bid 331 and 331. One bid, one bound. He going to be 331. It one. I got a man down here down bid 2. Down to 33. He going to be 34. He going to be 35. Going to be 6 here. He going to be 37. You're 39 now. 40. You're going to be 41. You're going to be 42, 43 and 44. He going to be 45. He going to be 46 here down bid 47 and 46 7. He going to be 7 about me. He going to be 346 here. You're going to be 7 up here. I'm going to be 346. I'm going to be JW on 5. You get on JW 5. You get on JW. You number 5. All right, guys, there are yearlings here now. He's going to be long-term yearlings guaranteed open to you. He's going to be about here down 250. In 250. On now 50. He's going to be 250. He's going to be 250. On 250. I'm going to be 250. Boys ought to be there now. Their yearlings are open. 250. On 250. I'm going to be 50. He's going to be 250. He's going to be 240. On 240. I'm going to be 240, 40, 40. He's going to be 240. On 240. I'm going to be 231. On now 2. He's going to be 32. 3. He's going to be 34. He's going to be 35. You're going to be 35. In 36 here, you're going to be 37. You're going to be 38. You're going to be 39. And 39. Hit 40. You're going to be 41. You're going to be 41. Hit 2. You're going to be 42. Now 3. 43, 4. And 44. And you're going to be 44. You're going to be 45 here. You're going to be 45. And 45. 6 here. You're going to be 46 high. And now 7. You're going to be 48. And you're going to be 48. And 9, 50. You're 50. You're going to be 52. 2, 2, 2, 2, 5. Down 55. And 52 and 5. Now 7. You're going to be 760. You're going to be 260. 260. And now it's going to be 62. 222. You're going to be 262. You're going to be 260. I'm going to be CA. You get on a number 29. Go ahead and age and pray on a guarantee. I be bull came right along now. You're going to be 375 and 375. You're going to be 375 here. And you're going to be 375 and 375. You're going to be 375 here. You're going to be 340 and 340. You get 42. I'm going to be 2. I'm going to be 342. You on time here. You're going to be 342. You get 2. 222. You're going to be 330. And you're going to be 330. And be 330 and 330. And now $3 on him out that door. 2, 5. Now I got a man at 305. House 7. You're going to be 10. 310 and 310. 12. And you're going to be 15. You're going to be 17. Now 20, 325, and 325, and now 30, and you're going to be 35, you're going to be 35, and 35, do it here, you're going to be around 40, and now 40, hit 45, you're going to be 345, 5, 5, and 345, and bid 5 here, you're going to be 345 here, you're going to be 340, and that is, to the Floyd Farms guys, as always, we appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. I'll be Chantel Hex, this cattle here for you. They're going to be 2 round shots off their mamas. More of the Hex cattle here for you. You gonna be about 282 on 282. How you gonna be two? And bid two on 282. I gonna be two to be two. You gonna be 271. You gonna be 2 3. You're gonna be 73 4. You're gonna be 75. It's 75. You're gonna be 76 here. You're gonna be 77. You're gonna be 78. You're gonna be 79. It's 79 and now 80. You're gonna be 281 and 81 2. 81 2. 82 2 3 and 83 33 and 83 4. 84 and 85 here and 85. 86 87 87 8 89 9 9 90. You're gonna be 91. You're gonna be 91 on 290 91. You get 291 bid one body. You're gonna be 291. It one. You're gonna be 291 1. You're gonna be 290. I'm gonna be Bates and get up on 65. Go ahead and preg them. You Bates 65 and preg. Effers, he gonna be 300, and I'm on here down to 35 and 335. He gonna be 35 here. He gonna be 335 and be 335. It's 335 and now 7. He gonna be down 40 and 342. He gonna be 342 now down 342. All out here 342 5 and 345. He gonna be 7 now 50 now 52 and 352. He gonna be 2 to be 2 and 352 5 and 355 5 5 7 and bit of a 7 55. He gonna be 7 up here 60 360 362 and 5 85 and 365 5 2 0 5 and 362 down 5 2 0 5 here. Do you get a B? Do you get about 362? That's gonna be Evans 362. Get him on Evans. $3 on Herd. He gonna be $3 here too. And 302. I'm gonna be two. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. Down to $3 and 2. And 302. Do it here. Down 222. And $3 and 2. And 302. I'm gonna be two. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. And 285. And 285. 85 here. 7. I'm gonna be 287. I'm gonna be in here today. Gonna be 287. And 287. Trent showing me 87. And 287. 85. 87. Where you at? Gonna be 285. 87. 87. 90. You're gonna be there. He is 92. Hit 95. You're gonna be 97. Now 3. Now 2. Now 5. Now 7, hit 10, negative 13, 10, 10, negative 13, 12, hit 15, 15, 17, hit 20, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 25, you're going to be 27, now 30, 330, hit 32, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 35, hit 37, 40, you're going to be 342, and 342, 340, I'm going to be Mackie, I'm number, you're going to be number 42. I'm going to be vaccinated off their mamas. You're going to be one of the stairs now. You're going to be 325. You're 325. Now I'm going to be here. You're going to be 325, 7, 327. You're 7 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 325, 7, 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 32. You're going to be 32. You're 35. You're going to be 35. Freeman, you're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. You're 37. You're going to be 37. 37, 40. Both out here. 340. And 37, 40. You're going to be 37, 8. You're 8. And you're going to be 330. Hey, you're going to be 330. And you're going to be 337. It's going to be, going to get him on JW5. You get him on JW on 5. He's a boy. How you going to be 330? And now 335. And 335. And 335. And 335. 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 335. You're going to be 35. And 335. And 335. Trent Jones trying here down bid 335. And 310. I'm going to be now 15. And 15. And 310. And going to be 15. 15. 15. 15. And now 25. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 40. 5. 45 here down 45. 50. Down 55, bit of a 60, 60, and 360. And now 360, 60, and bit of a 60, bit of a 60. You get it on 355. Rico in 355. I'm going to run Rico on his crossbred steer here. Then you're going to be 320. Boys, that'll be there. Then you're going to be 320 and 320. You get 20, 20, 20. You're going to be 320 and 320. You 20 to be 20 to watch him now. You're going to be 320 and 320. He 20, 20, 20. $3, 5. You're going to be 305, 10. Hit 10. I'm going to be here. Then be 305. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 10. It's 305. How you going to be 10, 10, 10? I'm going to be down 305. They're going to be Trent 10, 10, 10. You do it here 310. You 15 down 20. You're going to be 325 and 325, 30. You're going to be 35 and 35. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 45 here. You're going to be 340. I'm going to be Frankie. You're going to be Frankie. Check this morning, guys. 1-year-old, she's 6 months. Big old stout, nice effort. I want 2,500 on her. You're 2,500. He gonna be 25. He gonna be 2,200. You're 22. Geronimo, what do you think here? You gonna be 2,200. You're 22. I'm gonna be 2 and high. 22 to high. I gonna man down now 2,300. You're 23 to high. He gonna be 2,400. He gonna be 24 to high. You're 24 to high. And 4 to high. At 24.50. I'm gonna be 4 and a half. Both out here. You're gonna be 24.50. At 24, 4 to high. You're gonna be 24.50 to be 50 to bound. You're gonna be 24.50. You're gonna be 24.50. 2,400. How do we charge him? Klein. Yearlings, he going to be 4 months along now. He going to be Celevateer. He going to be He gonna be handed. I'll try him by the head. He gonna be 2,200. You're 2,200. He gonna be 1850, 1875, 1875, 1850, 75, 1900, 19 quarter, 19 quarter. You're 19 quarter. You're 1925 here. 1925, 50. You're gonna be 1950, 75, 1975. Now 2,000 bucks on them. They're gonna 2,050. At 2050, 2,100. And gonna be 21 high, 21 high 2. At 22, he gonna be 2 and high, 22 and high. At 22 and 3 down 2,300. He gonna be 23. At 3 and a half and 23 and a high. It's 3 and a half, 23 here and a half forward. You're going to be 2,400. It's 20 forward and 3 and a half forward, forward and forward. You're going to be 23.50. That's Klein. Still against Stevens Kettle. They're yearlings, guaranteed open. You bet you guys have already been checked open right here down. Oh, you're going to be 310. Checked open, 310. It's 310. High, you're going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. High, going to be a long time wing, guys. 310. You at 10. High, going to be 10. 10. 10. High, going to be 285. At 285. 85. You're going to be 285. 85. 85. You're going to be 285. 87. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 292. You're going to be 292. You're going to be 292. At 295. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 297. 297. You at 3. 30302. You're going to be 302. And 302. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 303. And 303, 33, and going to forward, and forward, and 304, hit forward, and 30, 40, and going to be 303, going to be there, and 304, and going to be 303. That's going to be Troy, and number, they're going to be 16X, and go ahead and preg them. Nope, they've already. They're checked open here now. He going to be yearlings. How you going to be 90 plus days on them? 310. I ain't going to be 310, 10, 10. I ain't going to be 310. I ain't gonna be 280. 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 I 280. I ain't 80 to be 85. You're gonna be 265. You're gonna be 265. 70. 272. Hit 75. You're gonna be 75. 77. You're gonna be 78. You're gonna be 78. Hit 8. I'm gonna be 78. 9. 9. 80. You're gonna be 280. On 281. 81 here 2. 82. 2. 2. 2. Hit 3. 4. 84. 94. 94. 84. 5. 85 here. You're gonna be 86 here. 86 higher. 87. 88. 89, 89, hit 9, 999, 89, on 289, 89 here, you're going to be 288, 999, you're going to be 288, not going to be, I ain't going to on Troy, I ain't going to on 17, Troy, I ain't going to on number 17. Be Miss Teresa's effort, guys, she's checked open here now. Oh, yearling open. You're going to be 200, and you say you're going to be 70. On 270. You're going to be 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 270. On 270. I ain't going to be 270, 70, 70. You're going to be 270. I ain't going to be 261. Hit 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Not going to man down here. 260, 1, 2, 1, 2. You're going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. You're going to be 262 and 3, 3, 3, 5, 65, 65, and now 5 here down 5, 5, 5, 5, 63, 65, and 65, 5, 5, 5, 7. You're going to be 67, 67, 70, 70. 70, on 270, you're going to be 270, 70, 70, 267. I'm going to be C and A. I'm going to number, you're going to be 29, CA, 29, CA, 29. Make her a 27 and pin her with the 29s, please. I'll be the Brooks cattle for you. Long time yearlings, guys. Have been turned out all summer long now. You're going to be guaranteed to be open to you. You're going to be, go ahead. You're gonna be 305, hit 5. You're gonna be 305 here. You're gonna be 305, 5. You're gonna be 305, hit 305. You're gonna be 305 here. A long time win, guys. They're guaranteed open to you now. You're gonna be 290, hit 291. I'm gonna be 2. You're gonna be 93, 4. You're gonna be 95. You're gonna be 96 here. You're gonna be 97, hit 97. You're gonna be 98. You're gonna be 99. You're gonna be down 3. Now 1, 301. Hit 2. You're gonna be down 3. Now 4, 304, 5, 305, 600. Hit 7. You're gonna be 8, 308. Hit 9, 10, hit 310. Hit 310. I ain't gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10. Hit 10. I ain't gonna be 309, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10. They get it down 11, 311, 12. Hit 12. I ain't gonna be 312, 12, 311, gonna be 12, gonna be 12, 13. Hit 13, 14, 14, 14, and 14, and 13, 14, and 313, 14, and 313. I'm gonna be Haas, and gonna be number 2. Haas on 3, please. Haas on 3 and Preg. Haas 3, Preg. Their yearlings, guys, are going to be guaranteed open to you now. You're going to be 286 on 286, and now 6 here. You're going to 85 here. You're going to be 6 here. Now you're going to be 285, 600 on 285, 86 here. You're going to 87, 87 of it, 75, 88. You're going to be 89. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 91. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 93. And you're going to be 93. Hit 3, 3, 3. You're going to be 93. You're going to be 93 and 4. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96 here. You're going to be 96 higher. Hit 7. You're going to be 98. You're going to be 298. Hit 99. 99 now 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3 bucks on them 1 and 301, 1, 1, 1, 301. Hit 2. You're going to be 302. Now you're going to be 303. Now be 304. Hit 5. And now 6 here. And now 7. Hit 308. Now 9, 9, 10. And 310. Hit 310. 9 here. 10 here. Down 10, 10, 10. Hit 309. Get him in 10. Get him in 10. Get him in 10. Hey, you're going to be 309. Get him in 10. Get him in 10. Get him in 10. You're going to be 309. Get him in 10. 311. At 311. 311. 11 about 12. Down 312. At 312. 8. 311. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. Get him in 12. 311. Overton. I'll be the Half Brothers. They came right along here now. You're going to be long time yearlings, guys. They're going to be 3-round shots in them. You're going to be, he going to ban 315. You 15. 16. I got to ban 316. Send you do it here. 16. And 316. How you going to be 16? I got 15 here. 16. 17. You 17. 18. 318. You 19. He going to be 19. 20. He going to be 321. He going to be 322. And 22. He going to be 23. He going to be 24. He going to be 25. He going to be 25. 600. You 27. He going to be 27. 8. He going to be 28. You 9. 9. 9. 9. 30. He going to be 31. He going to be 32. He going to be 32. In 33. You're going to be 34, you're going to be 34, you're going to be 34, 5, 5, 5, in 36, and now 6 here, you're going to be 37, you're going to be 38, you're going to be 39, you're going to be 39, hit 40, you're going to be 341, you're going to be 41, 2, you're going to be 43, you're going to be 43, and 44, you're going to be 44, you're going to be 45, you're going to be 45, 600, hit 7, you're going to be 47, hit 48, you're going to be 49, 9, 9, 9, high, hit 49, 9, 9, you're going to be 349, hit 9, and 8, 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 348, now 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 348, 9, 9, 9, 348. I'm going to be Troy. And number 7. You're going to be Troy on number 7. I'm going to be long time Wayne, guys. All the vaccines in here now. He going to be Celebratory. Yearlings now. He going to be 306, 806, and now 6 here, and now 607, and 307. I'm going to be down here. You're going to be 307. You're going to be 307. It's 6 here. I'm going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 307. It's 6, 7, 8, and 308, 308, 9, 9, 9, 10. I'm going to be 13, 11. 11 of it, 12. You're going to be 13. You're going to be 14. You're going to be 15. You're 15. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 17, 18, 318, 19. Now 20, at 321, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 23, you're going to be 24, at 25, you're going to be 325 here, down bid, 5 here, you're going to be 325, if 4 cheer 5, you're going to be 324, 5, 5, 5, you're going to be 324, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 5, 324, I'm going to be T on 78, you're going to be T on 78. All heifers open. You're going to be Celebratory down. You're going to be on 308. Now 9. You get 9. 309 here. You're going to be 309. You get 9. 9, 9, 9, 9. You're going to be $3 on the girls. 1. You're going to be $3 1. At 30301. You're going to be 301 bid. 1 bid. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 91. I got a man down 2. You're going to be 92, 2, 2, 2. 91, 2. 291. Not 2. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 291, 2. 291. Now going to be Bates and get on number 65X and Preg. Bates 65X, Preg. To the Brooks family, guys, appreciate you, folks. Nice cattle right here, guys. Going to move on to Richie Wells, this good cattle, guys. Reputation program, guys. They're home raised, they're yearlings, got 2 rounds of vaccines, guys. Long time yearlings here now. Belong to Richie right here, sitting with us today. On to get a beat, heat of us. You bet you guys. Getting one with just a little knot on his neck right there, guys. Won't hurt him a bit now. Feed right along. And you get a beat, you get a hand, beat, hand, 320, at 320, at 320, 320, at 321, you get a 322, you get a 22, you get a 23, you get a 24, you get a 25, you get a 26, at 26, and now 7, 8, you get a 28, 9, 9, 9, at 29, you get 29 here, down 28, 9, at 328, now 9 here, down 28, 9, at 328, now 9, you get 9, 9, 9, you get a 328, you get a 9, get a 9, get a 9, get a 9, 328, negative T. Number 78, negative on T on 78. Richie, thank you. Appreciate you, sir. Nice cattle as always. Thanks all the buyers. Guys, going to show you some home-raised, long-time yearlings right here, down. Guys are completely vaccinated. Be the Lyles Ranch cattle for you. Guys are all steers. They're little yearlings here now. And you're going to be 340. You're 340. You're 340, 40. You're going to be 340. At 340. 40 to 40 to mom. You're going to be 340. Boys ought to be there. 340. No one. I got a man. You're going to be 341. 1, 1. You're going to be 341. It won. I now 2. Then you're going to be 43. You're going to be 43. At 44. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 45. At 46 here. Then 47. You're going to be 47. At 48. And you're going to 48. And you're going to 49. And 49. At 9. 9, 9, 9, 9. And 550. And you're going to 350. It won. And you're going to 51 here. And you're going to down 2. 2, 3. And you're going to 53. At 3. And you're going to 3, 4. And you're going to 55. And 55 down 6 here. Down 56 higher. And 56. And now 6 here. Down 55 here. You're going to be 6 higher. And 355. You're going to be 6 in bid. You're going to be 355 here. Down bid 6 here. Down you're going to 355 6. 355. I going to be Troy. Number 7. He going to be Troy. And number 7. Troy number 7. I'm going to show you 52 head here on a 2-way weigh-in. You bet you guys. One raising right here, guys. Long yearlings right here now. You're going to be 736 pounds. Them guys are thin. They're green. They're the right kind, guys. Home raised and good. Here we go. On you're going to be about 330 and 331 and 331 and 331 and 331. It won and 331. I got a man down 331 and 331. One bid, one bound. You're going to be 331. It won and 31 here down 331 and 331. I got 330 on the wall over here. Going to be 331 and 331. One bid, one bound and 331 2 and 32 and 32, going to be 2, and 333, 33, 33, and 33, hit 3 forward, and 35, you're going to be 35, hit 35, and bid 5 here, and 5, 6 higher, and 37, hit 37, high 7, 37 high, hit 7 high, and 7 high, and 8, 38, 8 high, 38, 9, 9 high, 9 high, hit 9 high, 40, 40, 50, 40 high, hit 40 high, you're going to be 340, 1, and 41 high, 1 high, 1 high, 2, and 2 and high, 2 and high, 42 and high, 3, and 3 and high, and 3 and high, 43 and high, 4, and 4 and high, and now 5 and 5 and high, 5 and high, 6, now 6 here, 46 high, and 5 and high, you're going to be 6 here, and 346, and now 6 here, and 5 and high, you're going to be 6 here, and 346 here, and 345, 50. I'm going to be Troy on number 7. You're going to be Troy number 7, yes sir. To the Lyles family, guys, we appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right there now. Be the Teft Teller cattle here for you. 140 plus days on the weaning. Be yearlings now. Be 80 head of these things sorted up for you down. You're going to be 325. You're 325 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 325. 325 and bid 5 here. Doing a feeding kind now. You're going to be 325. 325 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 325 and bid 5 here. Down to 15 bid 16 mile. You're 15 and 15 and 315. You're 16. I got a man here now. 17. You're going to be 18. 13. 18. 18. 19. You're going to be 19. 20. You're going to be 320 and 321. You're going to be 321 2. You're going to be 22 and 23. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 24. Hit forward. And now 5 here. You're going to be 6 here. Down to 326. At 326. And now 7. You're going to be 28. And 328. Hit 8. And 9. Now 30. You're going to be 330. At 31. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 36 here. Hit 37. You're going to be 37. At 7 of them. You're going to be 36. 37. 8. Hit 38. And 38. And 9. And 39. At 338. And 9. You're going to be 39. At 339. 9. You're going to be 338. I'm going to be Troy at number 7. You're going to be Troy on 7. Guys, be the big brothers. Take care of my long guys. 140 plus days on them right here down. Be the Teft Teller cattle. Be a 40 head deal right here, guys. Going to be Wayman 2, Sullivan 1. You bet you guys going to be 40 head of them, guys. 818 pounds. Be the Teft Teller cattle, guys. They're good here. 140 plus day yearlings now. You're going to be, you say 317. 317. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. 317. 18. 318. I got a man down. 318. 18. 18. And you 318. 18. 318. 18. 18. 18. 18. 19. 19. 20. You're going to be 321. At 21. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 23. You're going to be 23. 24, he gonna be 24 and 23, 24. 323 and 40, he gonna be 323 and 3 and 4. 24 and 30, 40, he gonna be 323, gonna be 324, he gonna be 323. I gonna be T. I gonna be number, he gonna be, you say 80, I'm gonna T on 80. You bet, boys. It kindly get big right here now. 140 plus days on the good crossbreds here now. Bad hand, 315, yeah, 15, 15, 15, at 315, Jeff, you're kind, 315, yeah, 15, 15, 305, at 305, you hit 5 here, 5 here, 305, hit 5, you hit 5 here, $3 and 5, $3 and 5, hit $3 on them out that door, $3 here, at $3, you hit 3, $3, hit 3, and now 1, 301, I got a man down, 301, and $3 here, 1 here, 301, it won, money's high, $3 1, it won, 301, bid 1, bid 1, bid 1, and 301, 1 here, $3 and 1, now 2, 3, and 303, 303, hit 3, and 3, forward, and 305, hit 305, hit 5 here, 5 here, 305, hit 4 here, 5, hit 304 here, 5 here, 305, hit 5, 5, what do you think here, you're going to be 304, you're going to be 5 here, you're going to be 304, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 5, 304, not D and D. Make them a 4. You get D and D on 4. To the Teft Teller family, guys, we appreciate you. You sitting here with us? If you're watching online, guys, we appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. Big Cutter Tough Teller's cattle for you. Guys up over 100 days here. Their yearlings are good now. He gonna be Celebrataire. I gonna be 310. It's 310. High gonna be 10. High gonna be 310. It's 310. High gonna be 10 10. He gonna be 310 10 10 11 311 11 about. At 310 11 appeared D&D. They're headed up the same way now. 310 311. At 310 11 appeared. 310 11. It's 12. 12 here. He gonna be 13. He gonna be 13 14. It's 14. High 15. High 15 15. 15. It's 16. He gonna be 16, he gonna be 16, now 17, it's 17, he gonna be 17, 18, 18, 18, 19, he gonna be 19, 19, and 3, 19, 20, and 320, you 21, he gonna be 321, you 22, he gonna be 22 to be 3, 24, he gonna be 24, you 25, he gonna be 25 here, he gonna be 26 higher, he gonna be 27, you 27, 8, he gonna be 28, 9, 9, 9, now 30, at 31, he gonna be 31 here, 331, at 331, 1, 1, he gonna be 331, he gonna be 331, he gonna be 331, 330. I ain't gonna be T80. I ain't gonna on T80. I ain't gonna on T on 80. I'm gonna show you 42 on a two-way weigh in here now. Still a good Tough Teller cattle. But guys, going to show you 42 more of them out here. They're long yearlings here, guys. 855 pounds. Some guys, a good set of steers here for you. Tough Teller cattle. How you gonna be? You gonna be Celebrataire. How you gonna be? 314. You 14. I gonna 14. At 314. How you gonna be? 14. 14. At 314. You 14. 310. At 310. I gonna be 10. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 10. At 310. I gonna be 10. 10. 10. Boys ought to be there now. 310. At 310. I gonna 305. At 305. You get 5 here. 305 here. You gonna be 305. Hit 5. You gonna be 305 here. You gonna be 5. 5. 5. You gonna be $3 on them. At $3. You get 333. $3 on him. At $3. He gonna be 3. He gonna be 3. At $3 here. 333. 290 and walk him now. 291. I got a man down. He gonna be 291. 290 91. Beetle cheaper now. 2. He gonna be 92. He gonna be 92. 2 3. At 93. He gonna be 94. He gonna be 94. 94 95. He gonna be 95 96 here. He gonna be 96 higher. At 96 and now 7. He gonna be 97. 7 bomb. He gonna be 97. At Jeff gonna be 7. He gonna be 97. 297. He gonna be 96 here. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 296 97. At 297. 7 bomb. He gonna be 96 here. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 296. I gonna be T80 on T87. You get him on T87. T87. I'll be the balance of the yearlings here now. Crossbreds are good, guys. They get big for you. You're going to be 26 more of them, guys, weighing right on 800 now. You're going to be Celebrataire. On, you're going to be 300 and on what here. You're going to be yearlings now. 292. At 292. He gonna be 92. 292. Hit 2. I gonna be 92. He gonna be 92. Hang gonna be 292. Hit 2. I gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Hang gonna be 292. Hit 2. I gonna be 2. 2. 2. He gonna be 291. 2. He gonna be 285. On 285. 85 here. He gonna be 285. At 285. Pretty good men right here now. He gonna be 285. 600. 87. 87. 87. 87. 8. 88. Hang gonna be 88. 9. 90. You're gonna be 290. Hit 90. You're gonna be 91. You're gonna be 91 here. 92. 92, he gonna be 93, he gonna be 94, he gonna be 95, he gonna be 95, 96, hit 96, and now 95 here, he gonna be 6 here, 97, hit 97, he gonna be 97 at 8, 99, 299, hit out 3, $3, he gonna be 302, he gonna be 302, 1, 2, I ain't gonna be 301, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, and 301, 2, 2 to be 2, I ain't gonna be 301, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, 301, not gonna be T87. To the Tifteller family, guys, we appreciate you, folks. Nice crossbred cattle right here today. I'll be the Miller cattle. I belong to Devin up there, guys. They're going to be 2 rounds of shots. No implants of the good cattle. The guys have been running on the grass all summer long right here now. You're going to be Miller cattle now at 330, at 330, 330, at 330. You 30, 30, 30. You're going to be 330, at 330, 30. You're going to be 330, at 330. Guys are handled right. Excellent health program here now. Down 325, at 325, and now 6 here. Now going to be 325, 600, at 325. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 25, 600. Be no cheaper now. 325, 600, at 325, and be 6 here. You're going to be 600. Hit 325, you're going to be 6 and bid, and you're going to be 5 here, you're going to be 6 here, you're going to be 325, 600, and 325, and bid 6 here, you're going to be 325. I'm going to be Troy, make him a 7. You Troy on 7. Be Daryl Miller's cattle, guys. You got 2 round shots in him here now. You're going to be a bit of on, guys. Coming off the grass now. No implants in them, guys. Just a nice kind right here, guys. Always a nice health program in on the Miller cattle. You're going to be 320. He at 320. That's 120. You get 20 to be 20 to buy me. You're going to be 320. You're going to be 320. That's 120. You get 20, 20, 20. 320. That's 120. You're going to be 20 to be 20 to buy me. You're going to be 320. That's 320. You get 20, 20, 20. 17. That's 318. 18. 317. 18. I got a van. 317. 18. 18. 318. 17. 18. That's 317. 18 to bid 18 to buy me. You're going to be 17. 18. That's 318. You're going to be 17. 18. 318. 18. 18. 18, 18, you're going to be 317, but 18 to mom, you're going to be 317, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, you're going to be 317. I'm going to be Troy on 7, you're going to be Troy, in number 7. Is that all the Miller cattle? Thank you, folks. More of them. This more of them, too. You bet, guys. Be more of them here now. Weighing about 886 pounds here now. I'll be the rest of Daryl's cattle here now. You're going to be implant free here now. You're going to be one of the 2 round shots, guys, coming right off the grass here now. You're going to be back. Boys, they got big. Their yearlings are good. You're going to be down 305. It's 305. You get 5 here, down to 5 here. You get 600. It's 306. And now 6 here. You're going to be 305. 600. It's 305. I got a man here. Bid 6 here. You're going to be 305. 600. It's 305. And bid 6 here. You're going to be 306. 7. And 307. 7 of it. 7 about me. You're going to be 307. 8. 308. 8, 8, 9, 9, 9. 309 here. Down to 910. You're going to be 310. That's 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10. I ain't gonna be 310. Hit 910. I ain't gonna be 309. I ain't gonna be 10. Gonna be 10, 10, 10. At 309. Get 10. Hit 10. I ain't gonna be 10. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 10. I ain't gonna be 309. Gonna be 10. Here we go. Down to 309 here. 10 here. He gonna be 309. Gonna be 10. 309. Not gonna be T. I number 78. Now you get on T on 78. Thank you to the Millers. Appreciate you folks as always. Nice job with them. Thanks to all the buyers, they say. Be the nice longer cattle for you. Yearlings, guys, have checked open right here now. You're going to be 240. Hit 240. You're going to be 240. You're going to be 240. Hit 240. Hit 40 to 40 to mile. You're going to be 240. You're going to be 240. On 240. You're going to be 235. On 235. And 6 here. You're going to be 3600. You're going to be 235. 6 here. On 235. High going to here. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 235. 600. Hit 36. And now 6 here. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 6 here. Down 3600. On 235. You're going to be 6 up here. You're going to be hanging about down 235. I'm going to be CA. You're going to have a number. You're going to have a 2 and a 9. CA 29. Be the M&B Angus cattle for you. Home raised, guys. 2-round shots. They're long yearlings right here now. They're guaranteed open to you. You're going to be just a nice kind here now. You're going to be about down, but you're down to 200. I don't want 60. You get 260. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? On 240. Are you going to be 240 to 40 to bomb? Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? On 240. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 30? On 231. Are you going to be 32? Are you going to be 33? Are you going to be 34? Are you going to be 35? At 35. Are you going to be 35 here? Are you going to be 600? Are you going to be 37? At 37. Are you going to be 37? 7 about 8, and you're going to 39, you're going to be 39, you get 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 40, you're going to be 241, and 41, you're going to be 241 bid, 1 bond, you're going to be 241, hit 1, 2, you're going to be 42, and 41, 2, on 241, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 2, how you going to be 241, 2, you do it here, down, you're going to be 241, 2, hit 2, 2, 2, 2, you're going to be 241, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 2, 241, I'm going to be CA, same way, 2, 9, preg, do age and preg. You get yearling steers. They come along here down, but you're down. You're gonna be $3. You get $3. You get 333. One. You're gonna be 3-1. You won. And $3 and pawn. And 3-1. You won. Pawn. And 3-1. You won. I gonna be 1. He gonna be 301. You won. Pawn. You gonna be 3-1. Pawn. And $3. Not gonna be. You T. And they're gonna be number 80. You say 78. T78. You get T on 78. Hey, boys, they got big. How you going to be? Take it about. You're going to be 255. At 255. You get them on 255. 255. At 255, we'll try out here. You're going to be 255 here. 255. At 255. Pam. You're going to be 241. On 241. You're going to be 241 bid. 1 bond. You're going to be 241. On 241. Slam, what do you think here? You're going to be 241 bid. 1 bond. You're going to be 35. On 235. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 6 here. Not going to van down. 235. 600. 35 bid. 6 here. You're going to be 235. 600 on 235 bid 6 here. You're going to be 235 here down 6 and bid. You're going to be 235 here down 6 here. You're going to be 235 6 235. I'm going to be CA 9. You bet you got long yearling steers right here. Belong to Seth here now. You're going to be how much you own on them? Are you going to be $2? 1. You get $2 1. You're going to be $2 1 here. 2 1. You do it here. 2 1. You won. 2 1 bid 1 bond. You're going to be 2 1. You won. 1. You're going to be $2 1. You won. I'm going to be $2 and 1. You're going to be 195, 196 here. Now I'm going to van 95, 9600, 196, and now 6 here. You're going to be 95, 600. You get 97. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 98. You're going to be 99. You get 99. You're going to be 99, 199 2. You're going to be $2 1. You're going to be 2 1 bid 1 bond. You're going to be 2 2. You're going to be 2 3. You're going to be 2 3. Hit forward. You're going to be 205. You're going to be 5 here down 6 here. You're going to be 7 at 207. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 267 at 206. And now 7 up here. You're going to be 7 8. And you're going to be 208. It's 7 8. You're going to be 278. You're going to be 278. You're going to be 27. I'm going to be CA number 9. You're going to be CA number 9. You get CA 9. I'll steer yearlings here down. You're going to be over 100 days on them, guys. You're going to be 282. 82. Behind 82. 2. You're going to be 282. You're 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 282. You're going to be 265. 265 and bid 5 here. Going to be 265. 265. Yearlings now 265. 265. You're going to be 265 here. 261. It won. And now 261 here. Going to be 255. You're going to be 255. 600. I got a man 255 here. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 255. 600. 255. You're going to be 6 and bid. You're going to be 255. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 255. 6 here. You're going to be 255. I'm going to be CA number 88. You're going to be on CA on 88. On Yearling Steers, you're going to be 305. It's 305. You get 5 here, you're going to be 305. It's 305, and bid 5 here. Yearlings now, you're going to be 305. It's 305. You get 5 here, belong to a good friend of mine now. You're going to be 305. Hit 5. You're going to be 305 here. 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. And 305. You're going to be $3 on them. You're going to be $3. Hit 3. I'm going to 290. You get 290. 290. You're going to be 290. 90. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 285. 285, 86 here, 8600, I got a man, 285, 8600, 285, you're going to be 86 in bid, you're going to be 285 here, down bid, 6 here, you're going to be 285, 86 here, you're going to be 285, I got to be... On up over 100 days, guys, Yearling Steers, be good kind right here now. You're going to be 265. 265, hand bid, 5 here, you're going to be 265, 265, you get 5, you get them on 265 here, you're going to be 265, 5, 5, you're going to be 265, on 265, you get 5 here, you're going to be 61, you're going to be 261, you want, you're going to be 250, you're going to be 250, on 250, on 250 to be 50 to bound, you're going to be 250, you're going to be 250, on 250, on 45, and 245, and 5 here, down 6 here, and I got a man, 245, 600, and 245, and now 6 here, you're going to be 5, 600, 245, you're going to be 6 in bid, you're going to be 245 here, you're going to be 6 here, you're going to be 245, you're going to be 6 here, you're going to be 245, I'm going to be CA9, CA on 9. The Rattler Ranch cattle for you. Are you going to be home raised? They got 2 round shots. Guys are open to you, guaranteed open to you. Are you going to be sell them a tear? On it, 200. Are you going to be 30? Are you going to be 230? 30, guaranteed open now. 230 on 230. I'm going to be 30. Are you going to be 215? Yeah, 15. 15. Are you going to be 215? Yeah, 15. Are you going to be $2 a pound? 1, 2. You're going to be 2. $2 1. Are you going to be $2 1? I'm going to man down here. $2 1. It 1. I'm going to be 2. 1 bid, 1 bound. Are you going to be $2 and 1? It 1. 1. You're going to be $2 and 1. You're going to be $2 and 1. You won. You're going to be $2. Not going to be CA. You get them a number. You get them on 2 and a 9. Go ahead and preg them. Agent preg on a guarantee. Boys, they get big here down. They're going to be 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190. You're going to be 190, 180, 180, 81. I got a man down here, 181, 1 bid, 1 bond. You're going to be $1.81, 181, 181, 112, 82, 23, 84. You're going to be 85, 86 here, 87, 88, 89, 90. You're going to be 90, 91. You're going to be 91, 191. None of them here. Troy going to be 1, 2. You're going to be 92, 2. You're 92. I ain't going to be 2. You're going to be 912. Both out here, 912. 190, 912. Yes, sir. You're going to be 912. 190, 2. Hang going to be 2. 191, 2. Did you do it? 3. You're 93. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95. You're 94, 95. You're 95. You're going to be 6 here. 96 higher. 195. You're going to be 6 here. 195. You're going to be 6 in bid. You're going to be 195. I going to be Troy. Get them on straight. You want preg them? Don't do. Are you going to be still open? Are you going to be their steers? Stairs. They will be open to you now. Are you going to be either stairs? 240. You're 240. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? 240 to bit, 40 to bomb. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? I ain't going to be 240. Hit 40. I ain't going to be 30. I ain't 230, 30, 30. Are you going to be 230? I'm 230. I ain't going to be 30 to bit, 30 to bomb. Are you going to be 30, 30, 30? And I ain't going to be 220. At 220. Are you going to be 20 to bit, 20? Are you going to be 220? At 220. You're 20, 20, 20. Are you going to be 210? At 210, 11. I got a man 210, 11, 11. I'm on 210, 11 up here. You're going to be 210, you're going to be 211, you're going to be 210, 11, you're going to be 210, 11, and 210. I'm going to be CA9. Going to be 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, going to be 180, 180, 180s here, 180, and 80, 81, 181, 181, 81 here down, 181, 181, 1111, you're going to be 181 bid, 1 by 181, I got a man down, 181 bid, 1 by 181, 2, 82, 2, 2, 83, 183, 4, 84, 84, 84, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86 here, 86 higher, 185, 67, 87, 8, 88, 88, 9, 9, 9, 9, 90, 191, you're going to be 92, you're going to be 92, and 92, 92 to be 23, and you're going to be 93 forward, you're going to be 94, 95, you're going to be 96 here, you're going to be 97, you're 97 of it, 7 of them, 97, 8, you're going to be 98, 198, you're 98, 98, 98, 98, you're 98, you're going to be 7 up here, and 8 here, 197, 197, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 197, I'm going to be Troy, and my number, you're going to be 11. Be the JL Ranch cattle. Guys are home raised, round of vaccines in them. No implants in the cattle. They're going to be 45 plus days on the weaning. The heifers will be open. You're going to be 360. I'm 360. And now he's here. You're going to be 360. And back of your turn here. You're going to be 350. And 350. And you're going to 52. You're 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 352 and 2 and 2. And now 5. 55. 57 of it. 7. 60. 362. 65. 67. 367. And 365. You're going to be 7 up here. 65 here. You're going to be 7 of it. 7 of it. 365. 367. 365. That's Mackie 42. 45-day heifers here now. Do you get a beat? He get a bad settlement here. And 300. Head on one here. Do you get to be 70? And 370. Are you going to beat? Are you going to beat and be 7 head up? 390. You're 390. Are you going to be 392? You're 392. And 45 days waned here. 392, 5. On 395. I got him in down here. They're going to be 395. At 395. Yes, sir. 295. You're going to be 295. And keep on talking. 295. At 295. And 295 here. You're going to be 295. At 295. 295. And 295 here. 97. And 297. Now 3. At 3, 2. You're going to be 302. And 302. I'm going to be 2222. You're going to be 302. And 301. 2. You're going to be 302. At 3. And you're going to be 304. You're going to be 305. He 305. If 405, quitter, he gonna be 304, you're gonna be 5 here, you're gonna be 305, and 304, you 5 here, you're gonna be 304, not gonna be Jerry, I ain't gonna be on 13. You're going to be taking about you're going to be stairs, 45 days on them, guys. They're good kind right here now. You're going to be 310 at 310. I'm going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10 at 310. Now 11, 311, 11 about 311. You're 12. You're going to be 13, 14, 15, 15, 16. You're 17. You're going to be 18, 13. You're 19. You're going to be 19, 20. You're going to be 20, 21. You're going to be 21. You're 2. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 23. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 24. You're 24. You're 24 here. You're going to be 3045. You're going to be 25. You're 26. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 28. You're going to be 29. You're going to be 29. 30. You're 30. I'm going to be 30. 30. 30. You're going to be 329. You're going to be 30. 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 And 329. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. You're going to be 329. I'm going to be Troy 7. You're going to be on Troy on 7. He stared. Hey, you get him $1, $3 on him. You get $3. You get $3 on him. One. You get him $3 in one. At 30301. You get 111. You get him $3 in one. And you get him 301. At 301. You get him 301. You get him 301. You get him 290. At 290. You get 290. You get him 291. I got him in here. You get him 291. You won. 1. You get him 291. At 292. You get him 92. You get him 93. You get him 94. You get him 94. Hit 94. He get him 94. You get him 95. You get him 95 here. You get him 94. 95. At 294. You get 5 here. You get him 294. 5. 294. I get to be CA number 8. You get him on CA on 8. Their steers are 45 days on the way in here down. They're going to be about 400. I'm going to be selling there. How much on here? I'm going to be down $4. You get $4. You get $4. I'm going to be $4 here down. 4. 375 and 375. You're going to be 375 here. You're going to be 375. 45 days, guys. They're steers 375. At 375 and 77. You're going to be 377. I'm going to be here down. You're going to be 377 and 375. You're going to be 377 and 75. You're going to be 375. You're going to be 377. 375, 77, 375. That's Jerry 6. To the J&L Ranches, guys, we appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. They're going to move to Nick Thomas's cattle. Guys, they got a round of vaccines. They're right off their mamas. Sell the heifers. He gonna be 340 and 340. I gonna be 340, 40, 40. He gonna be 340 and 340. I now 40, 40, 40. He gonna be 330 and 331 and 331 and 331. I got a van down here. He gonna be 331. It won. You gonna be 331. Wait now. You gonna be 331 and 331. One bid, one bound. You gonna be 331 bid, one bound. You gonna be 331, 330. That's Mackey. I ain't gonna 142. Round of vaccines, guys, up their mamas. He gonna be selling it there. 310 at 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10, 310 at 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10, 310. He gonna be 310. Hit 10, 10, 10, 10. You gonna be $3 one. You gonna be $3 in one. Hit one. I ain't gonna be down. 301. Hit one. I ain't gonna be 301 bid, one bound. You gonna be 301. Hit one, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. $3 in fire. Hit one, 1, 1. You gonna be $3 one here too. 303. You gonna be 304. 5 here down 607. 308, 308, 9, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're gonna be 312. You're not 13. You're gonna be 13, 13. You're gonna be 312, 13. At 312, how you gonna be 13? You're gonna be 13. You're gonna be 13. You're gonna be 312. That's gonna be Mackey. Get up on 52. Mackey on 5-2. Open heifers, shots in them here now. You're gonna be $3 one at $3 one. You're gonna be 301, 1, 1, 1, 1. $3 in one at $3 one. You get 1, 1, 1. You're gonna be 291 on 291. I got a man here down. You're gonna be 291. Hit 90, 91. Hit 91 here down. You're gonna 291 on 290. Not 1, 1, 1. You're gonna be 291 bid, one bound. You're gonna be 291 bid, one bound. You're gonna be 291, 290. I gonna be Bates. You get him on 65. Bates 65. You want Preg on Bates 65 and Preg. Brothers, come along, guys. There's steers rounding them now. You're gonna be 425. You're 425. You're gonna be 425 here. You're gonna be 425. You're 425. You're gonna be $4 on them. You're gonna be $4 here. Down. You're gonna $4. You're forward. And you're gonna forward. And you're gonna 375. You're gonna be 375. And 375. You're gonna be 375 here. Down 77. And 377. I got him here down 377. You're gonna be 377. 80. At 382. And be 385. You're gonna be 387. You're gonna be 390. 392. And 392, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 392. You get 5, you get a bid 95, you get a bid 97, and 397, 4, down 2, down bid 402. You get 2, I ain't gonna be 2 to be 2, I ain't gonna be $4 and 2, you're gonna $4 and 2, you're gonna be $4, not gonna be Mackey. I ain't gonna be 45, Mackey 45. He vaccinated steers here. Down going to be steers are good now. Down to 300 and now 150. At 350. Now 2 down 52. 5. You're going to be 7 up here and 60, 62, 65. You're going to be 7, 70. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 75. It's 77, 80, 82, 85, 85, 87, 90. At 390. 390, 90, 90. You're going to be 390. At 390. 87, 90, 92. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95, 97. You get $4 on them. And $4 down bid 5. At 405. You get 5 here. You're going to be 7 up here. 407. Going to be 10. 410, 10, 10. At 407, 10. 407. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. 407. I'm going to be Carl. And number 5. You're going to want Carl on 5. Their steers are vaccinated and fancy right here now. He gonna be 315. You 15. 15. 315. You 15. I ain't gonna be 15. You gonna be 16. You gonna be 316. I got a man down. 316. 17. You gonna be 18. 318. 19. Gonna be 20. And 321. 322. You gonna be 23. You gonna be 24. You gonna be 25. At 26 here. You gonna be 27. You gonna be 327. And 327. 6 here. You gonna be 7 up here. You do it here. Then you gonna be 328. At 29, you're going to be 29, and 329. Bates going to be 29, you're going to be 29, 30, you're going to be 31, you're going to be 31, and 31, you're going to be 31 here down 2, down to 33, you're going to be 33, and 33, down here 3, 4, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 35, and 335. You get 35 here, down to 35, at 35, 4, 0, 5 here, then you're going to be 34, 35, you're going to be 34, 35, you're going to be 35, 334, now going to be Freeman, and 334, you're going to be Freeman. Colored up steered here. He gonna be 320 at 320. He 20 to bid 20 to buy me. You gonna be 320 at 320. You get 20, 20, 20. Pretty good kind. He gonna be 310. He 310. I ain't gonna round the shots, guys. He's a steer, just a little color now. He gonna be 310. He gentle too now. He gonna be 310 at 310. I ain't gonna be 10. Gonna be 10. Pet that thing. He gonna be 310 at 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10. I'm gonna be 310. I'm gonna be $3 a pound at $3. He gonna be $3 on him at $3. You get 333. You're gonna be 275, 80. You're gonna be 285. 90, you could have been 95, you could have been 3, you could have been 5, you could have been 10, you could have been 15, you 15, 20, you 320, 320, and 320, you could be 15, 20, and 320, you 20, 20, 20, 15, you could have been 20, 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 315 Freeman. One by two, guaranteed off of. One by two off Troy, 16X is here now. You're going to be wire tip. Are you going to be 250? Oh, you're going to be 250. And you're going to be 50. I ain't going to be 250 to be 50 to bound. You're going to be 250. I turn 20. You get 220. You're going to be 20 to bid 1. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 2. You're 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. 37 to bid. And now 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 242. And 245. You're going to be 245. 7. You're going to be 247. You get 5 here. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 247. You're going to be 245. 7. 245. Jerry 22. And leave her be. Guaranteed off the Troy 1Xs. They're 4 and 5 months long here now. 220. You're going to be 220. You're going to be 220. At 220. You get 20 to be 20 to buy me. You're going to be 220. 220. At 220. You're going to be 220. You're going to be $2 one. I got a van. At $2 one. You're going to be $2 one here. $2 one. At 202. You're going to be 2. 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 15. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 5. At 235. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 235. At 230. 35 and 35 here. You're going to be 235. You're going to be 235. You're going to be 230. Geronimo. Guaranteed off the Jerry 22. She's a 1-year-old. She's 4 months. You're going to be, I'm going to sell her by the head right here now. $2,000, $2,000, you're 2,000, and $2,000 quarter, 20 and a quarter, you're going to be 20 and a quarter, at 20 quarter, you're going to be 20 and a quarter, quarter, 20 and a quarter, at 2,000 quarter, you're 2,000 here, quarters here, and I'm going to man down high, 20, 50, 20, 75, 20, 75, 21, 1, high, at 21 high, and 21 high, 2, you're going to be 2,200, at 22 and a half, you're going to be 2 and a high, you're going to be 2 and a high, at 22 and a 3, and you're going to be 2,300, at 23 and a half, you're going to be 3 and a half here, and you're going to be 23 and a half, and 23.50, and now forward, and 2,400, and 23.54, forward, he going to be 2,400, he going to be 24 and forward, he going to be 23.50, Geronimo. He's off the C8s, guys. He's just a touch crippled here now. He's touch short-footed. He's going to be Celementary. Celementary, he's going to be 250. At 240, he's going to be 240, 40, 40. He's going to be 240 to 40 to mile. He's going to be 240. He's going to be 240. On 240, I'm going to be 220 and 221 and 21. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be 221 bid, one bound. You're going to be 221 on 221, 1. You're going to be 221 bid, one bound, and 221 2 and 22. He's going to be 23. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27 and 27. 225 here. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 225. And that's going to be CA and make number 66. I'm going to be Thin Yerlins. You're going to be 305. You're 305 and 5 here. You're going to be 305. You're 5. You're 305 here. You're going to be 305 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 305. You're 5. You're going to be 305 here. Down to 270 on 270. You get 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 270 on 270. You're going to be 270, 70, 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 270 on 250. I ain't going to be 250. You're going to be 250. You're going to be 230 and 232 on 232. 2 I'm going to be 210. I'm going to man down 15. You're 15. 20, you're going to be 25, you're going to be down 30, you're going to be 35, you're going to be down 40, you're going to be 245, you're going to be down 50, on 250, you're going to be 250, you're going to be 250, on 250, I ain't going to be 45, 50, you're going to be 245, 50, you're going to be down 245, that's Frankie, I ain't going to be on 245, get him on Frankie. I'll sell their take homes off the CA29s. Be the Divine family here for you. Divine Ranch. Off their mamas. They're all natural. They're good. Be about 65 head of these things sorted up for you. Off their mamas, all natural. You're going to be 318, 318, 18, and 318, 18, and 310, and 310, 10, 10. I'm going to be 11, and 310, 11 appeared. I'm going to be 310, 11, and 310, 11 around. You're going to be 310, 11, and 310, 11 around. You're going to be 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11 around. You're going to be 310, Mackie. I ain't got a number 42, Mackie 42. I'll be light into the heifers here now. Are you going to be 300? And I want here down. I want here to be 70. And 370. Are you going to be 370? And you're going to be 370. And 370. I ain't going to be 360. I'm now 60. And 360. And 360. Are you going to be 350? I'm going to be 52. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Down to 352. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 352 and 2. And you're going to be 350. I ain't going to be Mackie. I ain't going to be number. You're going to be 32. Hit Mackie 32. Mackie on 32. Jonathan, how old are you today? 29. You're going to be. Kathy said she's going to sing you happy birthday after a while. On you gonna be to get about gonna sell it there. You gonna be $3 too. Hit 302. I'm gonna be Ben. You want to sing it to him? Hey, you gonna be $3 too. Got a little crooked head. I'll take $2 on her. Hit 202. Hey, you gonna be 225. Hit 205. Now gonna be 7. Hit 207 10. I'm gonna be 12. Now 15. You gonna be 17. Hit 20. He gonna be 20. 20 20. He gonna be 17 20. And on 2. Hey, gonna be 22 5. He gonna be 7. He gonna be 30. You gonna be 2. You gonna be 35. You gonna be 37. On 235. He gonna be 37 up here. You gonna be 235. You gonna be 237. You gonna be 235. That's Ferguson. I'm going to be 235 Ferguson. Oh, Jerry didn't even have to help me either. On you going to be down. He said you're going to be 280. On 280. I'm going to be 280. 280. On 280. I'm going to be 275. You're going to 275 and 275. On 275. Hey, you're going to be 275 off their mamas, guys. They're all natural to you. I'll take 265 on them. On 265. He is going to be 5 here. You're going to be 265. Hit 5. 5. Down 265 on 250. On 250. You hit 2. High going to be 2. Going to be 2. On 252. 2. You're going to be 252 and 2 and 2. I'm going to be 252 and 2 and 2. 250. I'm going to be Mackie 5 and a 2. Mackie 5 2. Guys are bulls. They come along now. They're going to be all natural to you. 318. Hey, you're going to be 318. 18. 318. 18, 18, 18. 318. 18. 18, 18. 318. 18, 18, 18. You're going to be 310. 310. High, going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. 310. High, going to be 10, 10, 10. You're going to be 305. And 305. And bid 5 here. You're going to be trying for $3, boys. $3 on her. Hit 3. Down 2, 2, 2. High, going to be 302. Hit 2. You 2 2 2, you're gonna be through 2. You 2 5, you're gonna be through 5, you're gonna be through 5 and 5 here, you're gonna be through 5. You 2 0 5, you're gonna be through 5 here, down 2 0 5 here, you're gonna be 302. I'm gonna be CA. I'm making my number 5 and a 5. CA 55. Pretty good cut men here down. You're going to be down 305. Hit 305. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 290. At 290. You're going to be 290. 90. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 281. On 282. Net 2. Net 23. 83. 84. 85. 85. 85. 86 here. 86. 87. 87 of it. 7 of on. 87. 87. 87. 86. 87. 8. 88. 288. 88. 87. 8. On 287. 8. 8. 8. You're going to be 287. CA 66. They're going to be bulls here. Down, going to be down to 340 and 340. You get 340, 40, 40. You're going to be 340 and 340. And you're going to be 325 and 325 and bid 5 here. You're going to be 325 and 325. You're going to be 310. You're going to be 312 and you're going to get 15 and you're going to get 15. I got a man down 312 and 15. Hit 15. Hit now 17. You're going to be now 20. You're going to be 322. You're going to be 325 and 325. 557. Now 30. 330 and 330. You're 330, 30, 30, 30. You're going to be 27 of it. 30 to bomb. You're going to be 327. Now 330, 327. I'm going to be Mackie. Get him on number 40. You're going to be 5. Mackie 45. They're bulls. Are you going to be down to 360? I now 2 and 360. 2. You're going to be 2 to be 2 and 5. And you're going to be 5. 5. 365. 7. You're going to be 72. 5. 7. 80. 82. 85. 87 of it. 90. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 95. You're now 4. And you're going to be down 2. And you're going to be 4 2. You're 2. 9. 2 to be 2. And you're going to be down 5. You're going to be 4 5. Hit 405. 7. Now 7. 405. You're going to be 7. Hit 407. Hit now 7 of it. 7 of 5. 405 here. You're going to be 7 of it. 7 of 5. You're going to be 405. 7 10. Hit 10. High. Going to be 10 10 10 and 410. Ben going to be 10. 410 10 10 10 10. 407. Mackie. I ain't get him on 35. Mackie on 35. Hey, Bull, how you going to be 285? Yeah, 285. 85 here. Stick around on there now. Are you going to be 285? 285. 85 here. Are you going to be 270? How you going to be 270? And 2. How you going to be 272? See how you looking here. 272. Yeah, 225. Are you going to be 75 here? 205 here. 275. 272 and 5. I got to be 780. And the picture 82. Going to be 282. Yeah, 285 here. Down 87. 87 5. 287. And 285 here. You're going to be 7 up here. Going to be 285. 87. 87. 87. 87. 87. 285. That's Bates. I think it on 6. Bates on 6. I'm Bill here. They ain't gonna be. Are you gonna be? On Cemetery? Are you gonna be 250? You get 5. I'm not gonna ban 255. 255. On 255. Are you gonna be 255? 255. Are you gonna be 255? On 250. Pam. Are you gonna be? You're gonna be 255. 250. And I'm gonna be Trent. You're gonna be on 23. Thin Bull's here. He gonna be down bid 250. 250. I ain't gonna be 250. 250. He gonna be 235. 235. He gonna be 35 here. In 7. 237. Not gonna be in here. 40. You're gonna be 241. 41. 112. You're gonna be 43. You're gonna be 43. And 44. He gonna be 45. You're gonna be 45. You're gonna be 45. 6 other. 47. And 7. 7. 47. You're 8. I ain't gonna be 49. 9999. You're gonna be 249. And 9950. You're gonna be 250. You're going to be 249. You're going to be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. You're going to be on 249, 50, 249. I'm going to be CA. You're going to be on 66. They're going to be Bulls. I'll be all a Divine family, guys. Appreciate you, folks. Nice cattle right there, dump. Be the Tibbetts cattle. Are you going to be the Tibbetts cattle? Guys are home raised. They got 2 rounds of vaccines. They're long time weaned here. They're bulls. And you're gonna be 377 and 377. Hey, you're gonna be 377, 80. You're gonna be 380. Not gonna be here down. You're gonna do 380. Get 2, 85, 87, 87, 90. You're gonna be 392. You're gonna be 395 and 397, 397. If it's 7 about 397, 4. If 4 bucks on them 2, you're gonna be 402. Down bid 405. You're gonna be 7. If 407, sir. Down 10. 410. I'm gonna be 12. Down 15. You're gonna be 17. You're gonna be down 20, you get down 2, 425, 427, 427, 7 of it, 7 of them, you're going to be 425, you're going to be 7 up here, 425, you're going to be 7, 425, I'm going to be JW straight. Wayne Bulls, guys, they're Wayne, got the shots in them. You're going to be 372 and 372. I'm going to be 2 to 2, you're going to be 372. Hit 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, you're going to be long time Wayne there. You're going to be 372. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 72. You on time here. You're going to be 372. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 355 and 355 and bid 5 here. Down 355. Hit 5. You're going to be 355 here. You're going to be 340 and 340 and 340. Hit 40 to bid 40 to bound 2, 2, 2, 5. You're going to be 45. Hit 7. You're going to be 347 and 345. You're going to be 7 here. And you do it 50 and 352. Hit 2 and 5 and 355 and 355, pound both out here. 355, 7. If we do a 7, 60, 360, and Freeman going to be 60, and 360, and 360, and 357, 360, 357. Arturo. They're going to be Bulls. 310. I ain't going to be 310, 10, 10. I ain't going to be 10 and 310, 10, 10, 10. You're going to be 310 and 310. I ain't going to be 290, 91 and 92. You're going to be 92. Hit 2, 5. You do 310 and 310, 11, 11 and 12. You're going to do 13, 14. Now bid 15. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 17, 18, 18, 19. Now 20. You're going to be 321, 22 and 23. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 26 here. You're going to be 27 and 28. You're going to be 28, 8, 8. Now 9, 29. 29, 8 and 9 and 9. You're going to be 328, 9, 9, 9, and 28 and 9 and 9 and 9, 328. I'm going to be Jerry 6. Jerry on 6. To the Tibbetts cattle guys, appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right here now. Be the Gregory cattle. Guys are home raised. They got a round of vaccines in them. They're going to be 60-plus days on the weaning here now. 375. You get 375, 375, and 375. You get a 60 days wean, guys. 375 and 375, 77. You get a 377, 80, 382, 85, 87, 90. You get a 92. You get 95. You get a 97. You get a 4. You get a 4 bucks on them. And 392, and 4025, and 405. You get to be 7. You get to be 7, 10, 410. You get 12, and 412, 12, and 410, 12. 412. I get to be 12, 12, 12. You get to be 14. You get to be 12. 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 410, Jerry. On 2. You get to be Jerry on 2. Heifers, 60 days open. He gonna be 325. 325. He gonna be 325 here. 325. You get 5. You get 5 here. He gonna be 315. You get 15. I gonna be 16 and down 316. You 16. 15 bid. 16 by me. 15 to be 16 by me. You gonna be 315. You gonna be 16 and 315. I gonna be and Mackie. I gonna be 42. Mackie 42. You're going to be heifers, guaranteed open to you. You're going to be through 3. It's through 3. Guaranteed open now. You're going to be through 3. It's 3. Through 3. 60 days, guys. They're guaranteed open to you now. It's through 3. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 291. It's 291, 2. Not going to be here. You're going to be 291, 23. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96 here. You're going to be 97. You're 98. 98. 99. And now 3. Now 3 bucks on them. It's 3. It's 3. 1, 2, you're going to be 302, and 303, you're going to be 304, you're going to be 305, and 305, you're going to be 6 here, down 6 higher, and 305, you're going to be 6 up here, down, you're going to be 305 here, down, bid 6 here, you're going to be 305, 6 higher, and 305, and down 6 here, you're going to be 305, and that's Bates, you got a number 65, you Bates 65 and Preg. 60-day steers here now, you're going to be 400. 440, yeah, 440. I'm going to 40, you're going to be 440, and you're going to be 440, you're going to be 440, and 440, you get 420, you 20, 422, you're going to be 22, 22, you 5, you get 425 here, and you're going to be 7, 427, and 427, 5 here, you do it here, 425, you're going to be 730, you're going to be 32, you're going to be 32, 5, and 35, you're going to be 37, you're going to be 40, 442, you 2, I'm going to be 2 to be 2, and you're going to be 442, you 2, I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, and be 442, and 2, and 2, and 2, 440, I'm going to be Mackie, get him on 35. Mackie on 35. Guys, their steers are weighing 60-plus days here now. Round of shots in them. On the good Gregory cattle, he going to be 342. You 2, high going to be 23, 33, 43. And high going to be down here 5. He going to be 7 up here and 50, 52. 55, 5 down bid. 7 up here, 50 cents, 7. 55, 6 here, down 56, $7. 57, 7, 8, 8, down 50, 9, 9, 60. 361, 1, now 61, 2. They're going to be 2, 3, down bid 3. 4 down bid, 65 here. Down bid 6 hands, 87, 87, 8, 9, 9. Hit 9, he gonna be not 70, he gonna be 371, he gonna be 71, and 371, 1, 2, he gonna be 2, 2, 3, he gonna be 73, hit 3, he gonna be 74, he gonna be 75, he gonna be 75 here, down bid 6 here, he gonna be 77, and 377, he gonna be 77, 8, he gonna be 79, 9, hit 9, 80, he gonna be 381, he gonna be 381, 2, 2, 3, 84, and 84, and 85 here, he gonna be 385, 84, and 85, and 84 here. 5 here, high gonna be 384 here, 5 here, high gonna be 384 and 4 and 4 and 4 and 5, 384. I gonna be Jerry on 6. You got Jerry on 6. Big Brothers here. Their steers are 60-plus days. Wayne, they're vaccinated. You're going to be the last ones on the drive. You're going to be 330 and 330. Now 330, 31, and 331. Not going to be 331 and 331. One bid 2. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37 and 337. Now 40. You're going to be 342. And you're going to be 345 and 345 and 345. 57. 347. 50. You're going to be 350. Hit 2, 2, 2, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 355. Hit 7. 357, 60, you're going to be 360, 57, 60, 357, going to be 60s here, 357, 60, 357. I'm going to be Jerry on 6, you get him on Jerry, I get him on number 6. I need here down to be a new deal, guys. To the Gregory family, thank you, folks. Fancy kind of cattle right there, guys. We appreciate you. Be Leon Keys cattle, guys. They're going to be, you say, short weaned, all natural. On you're gonna be here. You're gonna be 305. Hit 305. You hit 5 here. You're gonna be 305 here. Down 305. Hit 5. You get 305 here. Down 305. You're gonna be 305. You're gonna be 292. Hit 92. Hit 95. You're gonna be 295. Hit 95. You hit 95 here. Down gonna be 95 and 295. Hit 92, 95. And you're gonna be 292 and 2 and 2 and 5. What you got? We do have a problem. Mr. Ferguson, I'm not going to hold you to it, I don't believe. Going to be heifers. You're going to be 270. You get 270. You get 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 270. I'm 270. I'm going to be 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 260. You're going to be 260. I'm 260. I know it's going to be 260. You're going to be 260. I'm 260. How you going to be 240? I'm 240. How you going to be 241? I'm going to be 2. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 50. You're going to be 2. You get 55. 55 here. You're going to be 255. I'm 252 and 5. You get 52 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. You're going to be 252. You're going to be 255. You're going to be 255. 55, 252. I'm going to be Mackey and make them a 52. Short wean, no guarantee. You're going to be 235, 235. You're going to be 5 here. You're going to be 235, and you're going to 35, and 235. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 235, and you're going to be on 210. I'm going to van down 12, and you're going to 212, 210, 12, and you're going to 210, not 12, and you're going to down 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be down 20. You're going to be 222. You're 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be down 30. You're going to be 32, 22. You're 35. You're going to be 37. You're going to be down 40. You're going to be 240. I'm 240. I'm going to be 240, 40, 40. You're going to be 242, you're going to be 240, 25, you're going to be 245, and 247, 247, 7, you're going to be 245, you're going to be 247, I'm going to be 245, they're going to be Rob 100, Rob 100. Cutman here, down going to be down 235, 235, 235, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220. You're going to be 20 to be 20. You're going to be down 210, 210. High, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. $2 one, 202. You're going to be 22, going to be 22. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, 2. And I'm going to be down here, down going to be $2 and 2, down going to be $2. I'm going to be, I'm going to on CA. Number 88. Bull, you're going to be 230. On 230, I'm going to be 30. You're going to be 230. Then you're going to be $2 on him. 25, 230, 25, and 37. On 237, you're going to be 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 242. You get 25. You're going to be 247. You're going to be 247. On 2 down 50. You're going to be 50. You're going to be on 47, 50. You're going to be on 247. I'm going to be CA 66. CA and 66. CA 66. You gonna be off his mama. He gonna be still a good key cattle. On you gonna be down bull. He gonna be 380. 380. Get two. 982 bid 2 bound. I gotta been down here down bid 382. 85. You're gonna 87. You're gonna be 90. You're gonna be 92. And 392. Down to the bid 2. 392. Get two. I gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 392 and 390. I gonna be JW2. And gonna be JW2. On you're going to be Hefford. Off their mamas be the Combs family. On you're going to be down 325. 325. Hand bid 5 here. Down you're going to be 325 here. Down 325. You get 5. You get 325 here. Down 315. You get 15. 15. 15. $3 1 and $3 1. 1 2. I ain't going to 2 3. 303. I got a man here down 303. 3 3 3 3 3 302. Get him 3. 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 302. I'm going to be T. Roy. And number 1, you're going to be Troy 1. The old Preg. And Troy 1. Go ahead and Prager. No Preg. Dude. Are you going to be guaranteed open? 260. I ain't gonna be 260. I'm 260. Guaranteed open. The Yearlings 260. I'm 260. I'm gonna 60. I'm gonna 50. I'm gonna 250. At 250. And now 1. Bit of in here down. 251. On 251. 111. You're gonna be 251. 2. Get 2. I'm gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. 4. I'm gonna 55. I'm gonna 55. On 255. 6 here. 56. On 255. 6. 7. You're gonna be 7. 57. Get 8. I'm gonna 59. 9. 9. 9. 9. 59, 60, on 260, and they're going to be down 1, they're going to be here down, 260, 1, 2, hit 2, you're going to be 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, down, 4, 5, hit 6, you're going to be 6, 7, and 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 7, 8, you're going to be 70, 70, 71, you're going to be 71, on 271, you're going to be 270, 71, 1 bid, 1 buy, you're going to be 271, 270, Troy, and my number, you're going to be Troy, 17X and Preg. He's staring a good one. You're gonna be 265, 265. You're gonna be 265, 265, 245. You're gonna be 245, 245. You're gonna be 245. You're gonna be 245. You're gonna be 245. You get 5. You get 5 here. You're gonna be 245, 245. 5. You're gonna be 30. Hang gonna be on 1. Hang 31 here down 231. On 230, 31. Hang gonna be here down. You're gonna be 230, 31 bid, 1 bound. You're gonna be 231 bid, 1 bound. You're gonna be 230. I'm gonna be CA number 9. You gonna CA number 9. I'll be the Doug Love cattle for you. They're off their mamas, guys. They're vaccinated right here now. 332. Yeah, 332. How you gonna be 2? Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. How you gonna be 332? You 2. I ain't gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 320. And 320. You 2. I gonna be 322. You 2. 222. You gonna be 322. You 2. How you gonna be 2? Gonna be 2. 2. 2. I ain't gonna be 322 and 2 and 2. You gonna be 320. I gonna be Mackey. I ain't gonna be number 42. Mackey on 42. Mackey hit number 42. I'm a little stairs. I like them now. He going to be Salvatore. 410 and 410, 10, 10, and 410. High gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, and 410. You get 10, high gonna be 10, 10, 10. You're gonna be 382 and 385, 85 here down bid 385, 87 of it, 87. You're gonna be 387 and 387, 85, 87, 90. You're gonna be 392. You're gonna be 395. You're gonna be 397 and 397 4. You get $4 here and 2. Then you're gonna be 405. You're gonna be 407 and 407 10, and now 12, 412. You 15. You're gonna be 17. Now 20, 420. 22, at 25, you're going to be 425, at 425, 7, and 427, 30, you're going to be 32, you're going to be 32, and 432, 2, 2, 2, you're going to be 432 and 2, you're going to be 432, 430, JW, number 2. He steered. I want here down to 440. You hit now $5. 450. You bet 450. 452. You hit 2. Down 2. And 452. You hit 25. Hand 55 here down bid 55. You hit 452. Down 560. 460. 470. 480. 485. You hit 485. 90. 490. 90. 85. 90. Going to be 485 here. 90 here. Going to be 485. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. 485. 90. 485. And that's going to be Mackey. And number 32. Guys are vaccinated, castrated right here now. Nice set of cattle here for you. Doug Love's cattle. You're going to be 408. You hit 9. You hit 409. You hit 999. You're going to be 409. You hit 9. You're going to be $4 on them. You hit $4. You hit $4 here. Down to 4. You hit 4 and 4 and 4. And you're going to be 380 and walk them out that door. 381, 2, 83, and 84, and 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 91, 2. You're going to be 92. You hit 93. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96, 97, 98. You hit 98, 99. You're going to be down 4, 1, and 4, 1, 2. Hit 402, down 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. Hit 404, 5. You hit 6 here, down 607. Hit 408, hang 408, 8, 9, 9, 9. You hit 10, hanging 410, 11, 4, 11, 12. Hanging to be 412. Hit 412. You're going to be 13, 13, 14, and down 15. Hit 15, hit 15, 15, 14, 15, and for 14. Hanging to 15, hanging to 15. Hit 15, 16. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 16. Yes, 17. You're going to be 17. And for 17. You hit 17, 17, 17, 16. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. 416, Brandon. And number 5, you Brandon on 5. All rounded them boys here down. You're going to be run up their mamas, guys. They're vaccinated. They're steers now. Check your head count here. I believe, yep. And 330. You're 330. How you going to be 330? Bates thinking of you. Down to 330. At 330. And 330, 30, 30. Down to 330. Down to 331. At 31. And 32. Down to 33. You're going to be 34. At 34. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 35. At 35. And now 6 here. You're going to be 37. At 38. And 39. You're going to be 39. And now 40. You're going to be 340. At 341. 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 341. At 2. You're going to be 2 to be 2. Down to 343. To 43, hit 44, you're going to be 45, and 45, hit 45, you hit 45 here, down 4 here, 5 here, and 345, you hit 4 here, 5 here, you're going to be 345, and 345, 5, 5, 5, you're going to be 345 here, down to 345, 344, and that's Brandon on 6. Oh, CrossFit steers here now. They get big. How you going to be? 305. Hit 305. You hit 5 here. 305. You hit 5. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 290. Hit 291. I got a man. 291. 290, 91. 91 here down. 291. You're going to be 291. Hit 1. You're going to be 290 vaccinated steers now. 291. Hit 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 291 bid. 1 bound. You're going to be 291. Hit 1. 1, 1, 290 Bates. And get him on number 6. Doug Love, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right here, dump. I'll be Sharon Burns cattle for you. Home raised, rounding them, guys. No implants of the good cattle. Big heifer's going to be open to you down. He's going to be Silverter. On and 310 and 310. High going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, 10, 10. High going to be 310, $3 1 and $3 1. High going to be 1, 1, 1 and $3 1. $3 1, and 3 1, it won. I ain't gonna be $3 and 1, and 3 1, it won. 1 1 1 1 1 1, and $3 and 1. You're gonna be $3. Not gonna be Mackey. I ain't gonna 152. Mackey on 52. You're going to be heifers here now. You're going to be good ones. You guaranteed to be open to you and off their mama's guys rounding them here now. You gonna be you gonna be 290. You 290. You 290. You gonna be 290. You gonna be 290. I 290. You 290 90. You gonna be 290. You gonna be 290. I 290. You gonna be 70. What do you think you're doing? You're gonna be 290. I 290. You 291. I got a man down here. 291. Hit 91. 912. You gonna be 92. You gonna be 93. You gonna be 94. You gonna be 94. 5. Hit 95. You gonna be 96 here. You gonna be 97. Hit 97. You gonna be 98. You gonna be 98. Hit 97. 8. You 97. 8. 8. 8. You're gonna be 97. 8. You 98. I'm gonna be 99. You 99. Now 3. You're gonna be 301. You're gonna be 302. You're gonna be 303. You hit 4. And now 5 here. You're gonna be 6 here. And 307. Hit 307. 8. You 308. 8. 7 8. And 378. You hit 307. 8 here down. 307. 8 here down. 307. 8. 307. I'm gonna be bait 65. And go ahead and preg them. Bait 65 and preg. Either heifers, you're going to be guaranteed open to you. You're going to be 295. You're 295. You're going to be 295 here. You're going to be 295. You're 95. You're 295 here. You're going to be 285. 285. You're going to be 285 here. 85. 86 here. I'm going to be 285. 86 high. 285. 86 here. You're going to be 285 here. You're going to be 6 here. You're going to be 285. 6 high. 285. 86 and you're going to be 287. 87. 87. 87. 88. 88. 999. 90. You're going to be 91. 91. Hit 2, you're going to be 93, you're going to be 94, you're going to be 95, you're going to be 96 here, you're going to be 97, hit 98, and 99, and now 3 bucks on a 1, you're going to be 302, and 303, and you're going to be 303, hit 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and you're going to be 302, you're going to be 3, 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 302, I'm going to be bait 65 and preg, send them right along, bait 65 and preg them. A little color here now, you're going to be 290, at 292, you're going to be 292, I'm going to be trench on trier here, you're going to be 292, I'm going to be 255, 60, 260, 260. I now 565, and I got a man down here. I'm going to be 265. Yes, 70. Going to be 275. Going to be 280. Going to be 280. Going to be 285. 285. Going to be 285 here. 282. Hit 2. I'm going to be 282 and 2. And I'm going to be 282. 2, 2, 2, 2. And I'm going to be 282. You do it here. 5. 285. You're going to be 285 here. And 205. You're going to be 282 and 5. You're going to be 282. I'm going to be. I'm going to be Mackie. I'm going to be number. I'm going to you do it there. And I'm going to be 52. Mackie 52. Mackie on 52. You're going to be heifers. You're going to be 360 and 360. I now as a here 60 and 360 and 360. I now as a here 2 and I'm going to be 362. Get 2. I'm going to be 225, 365, 87, 70, 372 and 375, 377, 80, 382, 85, 87. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 2 and 395. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 397 and 397 and 397. Out of the net here down 4 down 4 bucks on them. You get $4. You get 397 4 down 42. You're going to be 4. 2, hit 2, and now 5, you're going to be 405 here, 205 here, and 425, hit 5, you hit 5 here, and 2 to 5, you're going to be 402 Evans, hit 402, I ain't going to Evans. All steers, guys, they're vaccinated. You bet you guys get one with just touch short ears here now. You're going to be Brandon, you're kind. Hey, you're going to be down 311 and 311. You 311, 12, and you're going to be 12, 12, and 312. I got a man 15. He's going to be 20. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 330 and 330, 5, 330, 540, and 340, 335, 7, and 337, 7, 7, 5. You're going to be 35, 740, and 340, 342, 345, and 345, 5, 5, 7, 347. Hit 50. Hey, you're going to be 352, down 352. Hit 2. I'm going to be 222. You're going to be 355 and 355, 5, and now 7 and 357, bit of a 7, and 355. You're going to be 7 up here, bit of a 7, bit of a 7. You do it, TJ, and 357 and 357, bit of a 7, 355. That's Freeman in 355. Get him on Freeman. Or stairs, how you going to be 340, at 340, at 340, you're going to be 340, and 340, 40 to 40 to 1, you're going to be 340, and be 340, and 340, you're going to be 30, and 331, and 331 bid, 1 bound, you're going to be 320, and 320, and you're going to $3 and walk them, and 3 1 2 5, and 3 5 7, you're going to be 10, you're going to be 12, 3 12, 15, you're 15, here 15, so you're going to be 15, 17, you're going to be 20, and 322, you're going to be 325, 327, and 327. 30, 330, and you're going to 730, and 2730, and 330, 30, 30, 327, and 30 to bomb, you're going to be 327. Freeman. Steers, he going to be 72 down to 301 here, down going to be 72 on 372, down to the 2 down to 372, get 2, down going to be 372, down going to be 365 and 365, 7, ziggity 7, not going to van 367 on 367. Carl, we think you're down 367 on 367, 770, they going to be 370, down bid 2, they going to be down 5 and 375, 77 and 380, down bid 382, down bid 382, 82, 82 to be 2, 2, 2, high going to be 382, get 2. I'm going to be 32 and 2 and 2. I'm going to be 32. Hit 5. I'm going to be 385, 85, 85, 85. And 385, 205. I'm going to be 32. 85 here. Did you do it here? I'm going to be 32 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5. 382 to you, sir. How do we charge in there? Brown. You bet. Brown. To the Burns family. Sharon, thank you. Nice cattle right there. I'll be the Moyer family. Home raised, long time wean guys. Heifers are guaranteed open to you now. We got heifers outside out there. He gonna be 312. 312. Heifers outside there, 310, 12. Long time wean guys are open. 312, 15. I got a man, 15. Yes, 17. He could have been 20. And now 2. And 322. I got to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 322. Yeah, 2. 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 322. Yeah, 2. I got to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 322. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. 320. I got to be Haas and number 3. Haas number 3. He's steered, he's waned, he gonna be $4 on him. You get $4. You get forward, forward, 382, gonna be 382. You get 2, 382. You get 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 365, and 365, 72, 5, you're gonna be 75. It's 75, you're gonna be 75, 77. It's 77, he's gonna be 375, 77, 80, 380, Jerry, gonna be 80, and 382, 82, 85, you're gonna be 385, 87, and 387, 85 here, you're going to be 7 up here, you're going to be 385, 87, at 385, 7 of it, 7 of them, you're going to be 385, they're going to be Jerry. I ain't get up on 6, you get up on Jerry on 6. Their heifers, their yearlings are open. You're going to be 245. It's 245. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 245. 245. You're going to be 245 here. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 220. 220. You get 20 to be 20 to bomb and 20. 220. You're going to be 20 to be 20 to bomb. You're going to be long time weaned open here down. You're going to be 210. 210, 12. You're 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. You're 7 and 27. You do it here. 227. 225. You're going to be 7 up here. 225. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 7. Going to be 7, 225. I going to be Trent, 24 X. You going to go ahead and preg them, please. Get Trent, 24X and preg. Long time wean steers here now. You're going to be 370 and 370. You're going to be 372. Freeman, what do you think you're down? You're going to be 372. Hit 2. Now 5. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 75 and 372 and 5. You hit 5 here. 20 5 here. You're going to be 372 5 and 375 and 5 here. 20 5 here. You're going to be 372 and 2 and 2 and 5. 372. Jerry on 6. All painted upstairs here down. He going to be down. 265. 265, 265, 265 here. You're going to be 250. 250. 50 to be 50 to be. You're going to be 250. 240. 240. You're going to be 240, 40, 40. You're going to be 220. And I'm going to be you 2, 5. You're going to be 730. 2. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 35. 232 and 5. You get 32, 0, 5 here. You're going to be 232 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5, 7. You get 37, 40. You're going to be 240. 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 237. That's going to be Bates on number 6. Sean, you sitting here with us? If you're watching online, sir, appreciate you. Nice cattle that you're down. 2-round shot, 60 days on him here now. You're going to be 420. Hit 420. You get 20 to 20 to bomb. You're going to be 420. Hit 420. You get 20, 20, 20. You're going to be 420. You're going to be JW on time. And 410. Hit 10. And 14, 12. 15. You're going to be 17, 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. 427. And now 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 30. And now 2. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Now 40. You're going to be down 42. Then you're going to be 42. And for 42, 5. You hit 45 here. Down 7 up here. 50. You hit 50. And now 2. Down bid 5. You hit 57. 60. 60, 60, 60. Yeah, 60. I now 60, 57, 60, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hit 2. I now 5, 65, 65, 65. 465. You 2, 0, 5 here. You're going to be 462. Get him in pie, get him in pie, get him in 5. 462. I'm going to be camp. I can get him on the zeros. He camp on O. Effort. He gonna be he gonna be 1050. You get 1050. You get 1050. I ain't gonna be 1050. 1050. He gonna be off his mama. He gonna be 1050. Hefford. He gonna be 1050. 950. You gonna be 950. 75. Now I gonna be 975. 1,000. You get 10 a quarter. 10 a half. He gonna be 1050. You get 1050. 75. 1075. 1100. 1100. 1075. 11. 1100 a quarter. 11 a quarter. 11 high. 1150. 1150. And Jerry, you gonna be 1150. 11 a quarter high. 11 a quarter high. 11 a quarter half here. He gonna be 1125. I gonna be Mackey. Get him on number 2X. You get him on Mackey on 2X. Be the Bond Ranch Cattle Guys, home raised, 2-round shots, 75 plus days on the weaning. 425. Hit 425. Hey, you're going to be 5 here, 7. 427. I got to be 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. Hit 35. You're going to be 35 here, 435. Hit 35. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. Hit 35. 5, 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 435 here, 2 0, 5 here. Hey, you're going to be 432. I got to be Carl. Get him on 5. Carl on 5. Hey, staring a good one. Hey, going to be 350 and 350. 75-day yearling here down. He going to be 350 and 350. 350. He going to be 350. 305, you bet. I'll try her there down bid 305 and 305 and bid 5 here. Hey, going to be 305 and 305. You get 5 here. And going to be 305. You're going to be 290. 290. You get 290, 90, 90. You're going to be 270, 290, 290, 290. You're going to be 290 and 290. You're going to be 280. You're going to be 275. It's 6 here, dang, gonna be 76. It's 75. You get him on 6 here, dang, gonna be 275 here, dang, bid 6 here, dang, gonna be 275. 6 on there, gonna be 275. 6, 275. I gonna be CA8. I'll be Brian Stevens, good cattle for you. Home raised, 2 rounds. They're long time yearlings here now. Heifers are going to be guaranteed open. Sally steers right here now. You're going to be long time yearling steers. You're going to be you said. 310. I'm 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10. I ain't gonna be 310 and 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10 and 310. I ain't gonna be $3 and $3 You get 1, 1, 1 and 301. Hit 1. I ain't gonna be 301. I ain't gonna be 301. I gonna be 301 and 301. You gonna be 291. And now 2, 2, 2. 912, 912, 291. You gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2. Hit 93. I ain't gonna be 93. I ain't gonna be 94. You gonna be 94. You gonna be 94. 5. Hit 95. You gonna be 96 here. You gonna be 97. You gonna be 97. You're 98, I'm going to go 298, you're 8, I'm going to go 78, 78, 78, 297, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, you're going to be 297, I'm going to be CA number 8, CA number 8. He's a bull, and they're going to be 190, 190, and 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190. You're going to be 181, 81, 181, 81, and 161, 161. I got him in 2, 5, 7. You're going to be 70. You're going to be 70. It's 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 75. 175, 77, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 177, 80, 177, 80, 177, 80, 177. Sam. He's number 1. You're going to be Sammy. 1. I'm going to be Bull here. Hang going to be Salvatore. You're going to be 225. 225, 225, 7, 32, 5, 7, and 237, 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 245, 55, 55, 60, and 260, 5, 265, 265, 70, and 270. I'm going to be 65, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 265. You're going to be 70 here, 265, 70. You're going to be 265. CA number 88. You're going to be guaranteed open. 210. You get him a 210. You get him on 210. On 1010. High, get him in 10, 12. And you're going to 15. You get him in 17, 20. You get him in 2. You get him in 5. You get him in 7. You're 27. You're going to be 30. You get him in 2. You're going to be 32, 32. You're 35. You're going to be 37. And now 40. You're going to be 240. At 1040. You're 2. You're going to be 242. 5. You're going to be 247. And now 50. 250. 252. You're going to be 255. 255. At 255, 7. You're going to be now 60. You're going to be 262. 2, 2, 2, 2. 265. 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, 262 and 5. You get 205 here, you get 262 and 2 and 2 and 5, 262. I get to be Troy, get him on 17 Preg, you get him on Troy, you get him on number 17X and Preg. 70 days, 2-round shots. He's steer. 355. You get 355, and now 355, 60. You get it 360, down 355, 60, and 360, 360, 55 in the ring. Gonna be 60, 355, 60, and 355. And gonna be 60 here, down 355, 65, and 365. Gonna be 65. Ben gonna be 65, and 365, 5, 5, 5, 5. You're gonna be 365 here. You're gonna be 365, 5, 5, 5, 360. Gonna be handing over Rico. Steers in 70 days. He got 2-round shots in them. You're going to be 305. Hit 305. You hit 5 here. You're going to be about 305. You're going to be 305 here. 280. On 280. I ain't going to be 282. I got a man 282. Hit 25. 85. 87 of it. 87. 87. 90. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 97. You're going to be now 3. Now 2. At 325. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 307. And now 10. 310. Hit 12. Now 15. 15. 17. You're going to be 17. At 317. You hit 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. And 315. I ain't going to be 17 bids, 17 bound. You're going to be 315. I'm going to be T-Roy at number 7. Heifers, 70 days, 2 rounds in them. 310. I ain't gonna be 310, 10, 10. I ain't gonna be 310 and 310. I ain't gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, and gonna be 310. You 10. I ain't gonna be $3. You gonna be $3 on them and $3. You get 302, 2, 2. I ain't gonna be 2 and 302. I ain't gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, and gonna throw 2. You 2. He gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2. I ain't gonna be $3 and 2. You gonna be 302, $3. Mackie. I ain't gonna be 42. I'll be the Bloomer cattle. Are you going to be the Bloomer cattle sitting right here with us now? Got a round of vaccines in them. 90 plus days on the weaning. You're going to be heifers are open. How are you going to be the Bloomer cattle? Handle it right now. You're going to be 325. At 325, you're going to be 325 here. You're going to be 7. At 327, 90 plus days on them, guys. 327, 30. At 32, 35. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 40. And 342. You're going to be 345. You're going to be 347. And 347, 50. And 352, 2, 5, 55, 7. It's 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. And 355. You're going to be 7 up here. 57, 60. And going to be 360. And now 360. Yeah, 60, 60, 60, 357. You're going to be 60, 357. I'm going to be Mackie 42. You're going to be steers. You're going to be 90 plus days on them, guys. The Bloomer cattle. You're going to be 450. You hit 450, 50, 50, 50. Hit 450. I'm going to 50 to 50 to 450. Hit 450. You're going to be 30. You hit 30, 30, 32. I'm going to be 32. Hit 432. You won't try them here. You're going to be 432. Hit 2, 2, 2, 2, 410. Hit 412. Hit 410. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10. You're going to be 12, 14, 12, and I'm going to man 14, 12. Hit 412. You're going to be 12. You're going to be 12, 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be down 20. You're 20. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 25. You're 425. You're 205 here. You're going to be 422 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. You're going to be 422. You're going to be 5. 422. Troy. Make it 4. Troy 4. There's steers 90 days. I'm 313. Freeman, thank you to you. 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7. And 327. And 327. 7 to 5, man. 5 here. 730. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. And 335. 7. 37 to 7 to 5. 37. And 337. 40. You're going to be 340. Jerry, you're going to be 40. 340. And 340. And 340. 40. 40. Roll out down low here. Down. You're going to be 340. And 340. You're going to be 37 to 40. You're going to be 340. 40. 40. 40. 40. You're going to be 337. I'm going to be Troy 7, Troy on 7. Eat heifers. They're going to be Bloomer cattle down 90 plus days on them. You get 385. You get 385. You get a 385. I got a man 385. 85 7. 85 87. 85 87. And 385. 87 up here. And 85 here 7. And 385 87. 85 87. Where'd you go? Down 87 87 90. You get a 92. You get a 95. You get a 95. Hit forward. And $4 here. Forward. And $4 here. Hit $4 2 5. You get to be 7. Hit 10. I got a 12. And 4 12 15. Hit 15. He get 15. Evans going to be 15. Hit 4 15. He going to be 17. He going to be 17. Hit now 20. 4 20 20 20 20 20 20 22. 4 22 Jerry 25. Hit 7. 4 27 30. He going to be 30. Hit 4 30. Hit 30 30 30. 4 27 going to be 30. Evans going to be 30. And 4 30. Hit 27. Get him in 30. 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 4 27 Jerry. Get him on 2. Crossbred heifer. He going to be. He going to be $3. What do you want here? 265. 265. You're going to be 265. You're going to be 265. You get 5. You're going to be 90 days, guys. She's open. You're going to be 265. You're going to be 245. 247. 247. I got a man. 245. 7. 245. You're going to be 7 up here now. 50. 52. Down bid. 5 and 7. 60. You get 2. 262 and pounds. You get 5. You get 7. 70. 272. 272. 2. 2. 2. 2. You're going to be 272. 2. High. You're going to be 272 and 2 and 2. I'm going to be 272 and 2. 270 Trent. Get up on 24X. Dupreg. Or you get up on Trent. 24X and Prager. Mr. Bloomer, thank you, sir. Appreciate you as always. Yes, ma'am. Be the UE Farms cattle. 70 plus days, guys. They got 2 rounds of vaccines in them. You get 318, 18. I ain't gonna be 318, 18, and 318, 18. I ain't gonna be 318 and bid 18 and bid 305. Hit 305. You get 5 here and I ain't gonna be 305. Hit 5. You gonna be 305 here and $3 on them. Hit $3. You get 333 and 301. You gonna be 301. Hit 1. I ain't gonna be 301. 1 bid 1 buy. You gonna be 301. Hit 1. 1 1 1 1 1 1. You gonna be 301 2. You gonna be 302. Hit 2. I ain't gonna be 302. Hit 3. And now forward. You gonna be 304. Hit 4. You get 4 here. 5, you're going to be 305 here, down bid 6 here, you're going to be 305, 600, hit 305, you're going to be 67, you're going to be 307, hit 307, you get 6 here, you're going to be 7 up here, you're going to be 306, and that's going to be CA. Number 8. They're heifers, they're yearlings, and I like them here now. You're going to be 270, 270, open yearling heifers, you're going to be 271. 2, 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 72, 2, 2, 2, 71, 2. Money's high. 271, 2. You get 2. High. You're going to be 271. You're going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. 271, 2. 1, 2. High. 271. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. 271, 2. 2. Money's way up top here. I'm going to be 271. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. 271. Troy. 17X. Pragum. Mr. Huey. Appreciate you, sir. Nice cattle right there now. Bit of Gaysford cattle here for you. Guys, they're home raised, 2 rounds of vaccines. They got 90 days on them, guys. They're all steers. 335. Hit 335. Hey, you're going to be 5 here. Down to 335. Hit 335. You're going to be 335 here. 7. You're going to be 37. If it's 7 about me, you're going to be 337. At 335. You're going to be 7 up here. Down be 335 here. 7. Hit 40. Then 40, 40, 40. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 340. 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 40. 341. Hit 41. 2 to be 2, 3, 43, 44. And 44. At high 44. 344. You get 3 share, 4 share. Going to be 343 and 3 and 3 and 4 share. High going to be 343, 344. 343, negative 65. You get them on Troy, 65. Are you going to be Yerlin Sears now? Are you going to be 312? At 312. I ain't going to be 312 and 312 and 312. I ain't going to be 12. I'm going to be 12. I'm going to be 12. 304. You hit 4. I ain't going to be 304. I ain't going to be 304. I ain't going to be 304. 5. You hit 5. And 5 here. I ain't going to be 305. You hit 6. 7. You're going to be 307. You hit 7 at 7 by me. You're going to be 307. 8. Hit 308. 9. 10. 310. Hit 310. 11. 311. 11 about. And 311. Hit 12. You're going to be 312. You're going to be 13. You're going to be 13. 14. 14. 15. 15. Hit 15. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 17. 17. 18. 318. 19. 319. Hit 19. You hit 318. You're going to be 19. 19. 19. You're going to be 318. 19. 318. I'm going to be Troy. I ain't going to be on 65. Mr. Gaisford, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. You're going to be 30 plus days, guys. You're going to be he's there. I'll be vaccinated. Who you going to be? 310. You're 310. I'm going to be 12. And you're going to be 312. And 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're 2. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be down 30. You're going to be down 2. You're 32. And now 35. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 37. You're 37. 40. You're going to be 40. 40. 40. You're going to be 37 with 40. And 40. You're 40. 40. 40. You're going to be 337. I'm going to be Jerry. You're going to be number 6. You're going to be Jerry on 6. You're going to be half sister round of shots, 30 days open. You're going to be taking about 291. 291. You're going to be 291 bid, one bound. You're going to be 291. Open now. You're going to be 291. Hit one. I'm going to be 291 bid. You're going to be 285. 285. 85 here. You're going to be 285. 85, 85, 85, 285. 85. You're going to be 271. You're going to be 271. 2, 3, 5. You're going to be 780. 280. You're going to be 280, 80, 80, 282. You're going to be 282, 83, and 83. 84, and 85, and 85, 86 here. And 87, 88, 89, 90, you're going to be 91, you're going to be 92, you're going to be 93, you're going to be 93, 3, 3, 4, you're 94, you're going to be 94, 94, 94, 94, you're 93, 94, you get 93, 0, 4, 0, and you're going to be 293, and 3, and 3, and 3, and 4, 293, I'm going to be 16 Prague, you're going to be 16X in Prague. Troy. You're going to be $2 on them. You $2. You $2. You're going to be $2 on them. You $2. I'm going to be $2. $2. $1.50. $1.50. I'm going to be $50. I'm $1.50. You're going to be $1.50. You're going to be $1.20. $1.20. He $120. $120. $20. $20. $20. $20. You're going to be $90 and welcome. You $90 one. I got a man here. You're going to be $90 one. You $90. $91. You $91 here. $90 one here. $91. You $91. $91 two. You're going to be $92. You're going to be $93. You're going to be $93. You $95. You're going to be 97. You're going to be $100, 100, 102, 102, 5, 105, 107 a bid, 120, 107, 10, 110, 12, 112 down bid, 15, 15, E15, E15, 17. You're going to be 17, E15. You're going to be 17, 15. You're going to be 17, 17, 17. 115. They're going to be Rob. Make them 100s. Be the craft cattle. Guys, guaranteed age and preg. You're going to be age and preg on them. 235. You 235. You at 530. You're going to be 235. On 235. And bid 530. You're going to be 235. You 35. 225 here down 225. You at 5. You're going to be 225 here down 225. On 225. You're going to be 225 here down 225. You're going to be 210. On 210. 11. 11 about 210. 11. On 210. Guaranteed both ways now. 210. 11. On 210. 11 up here down. You do it here to 11. 12. You 12. And guaranteed both ways. 212. Yearlings. 212 and 13. You 13. You're going to be 14 and 15. 15, 16, you're 16, you're going to be 17, 18, 18, you're 19, you're going to be down 20, you're going to be 20, 20, 20, 19, 21, you're 22, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 22, 3, and 23, you're going to be 24, you're going to be 24, you're going to be 25, and 25, you're going to be 26 here, and $26.07, you're 28, you're going to be 28, and you're going to be 28, and 28, 9, 29 here, down 28, 9, to 28, 9, 9, 30, you're 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, and 29, going to be 31, and 31, 2, and going to be 32, you're 2, down be 3, and you're going to be 34, you're going to be 34, you're 35, you're going to be 35 here, and you're going to be 34, 35, you're going to be 234, and you're going to be CA, you're going to have a number 29, go ahead and age and preg on a guarantee. Paulson cattle guys, 60 plus days on the weaning guys, they're vaccinated, home raised. Guaranteed open. You're going to be 315. You're 15. How to get 15. 15. And 315. 305. And 305. You 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 305. And 305. You 5 here. And 60 plus days, guys. Guaranteed open. 305. You 5. You 5 here. You're going to be 305 here. And I'm going to be 295. You 96. I got a man 7. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 12. 15. How 17. You're going to be 20. And 320. And 320. 20. 20. And 2. And you're going to be 322. You 5. You get up 325 here, and you're going to 325 and 325. You get 5 here, 20, 5 here, now you're going to be 322 and 2 and 2 and 5, 322. I'm going to be Haas at number 3. Do Preg, please. You off his mama and all natural. He gonna be 330. You 330 and 330. You 330. I 15. I 15 and 315. 15. Freeman, thank you to you. 15 and 315. $3 on him. Then walk him out that door. 302. I 302. I gonna be 2 and 302. You do it here. 290 and 292. Now I gotta bend down 5. Gonna be 95. 295, you're going to be 295 here, you're going to be 97, and 297, you're going to be 95, 97, 295, 97, you're going to be 295, 97, 295, I'm going to be Freeman. All natural, no guarantee. You're going to be 290 at 290. You get 290, 90, you're going to be 290 on 290. You're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, you're going to be 90 on 290. You're going to be 281. You're going to be 281, 2, 81, 2. I got a man here down. You're going to be 81, 2, 81, 2. I got a man down. You're going to be 282, 23, 83, 33, 85, 85, 87. You're going to be 90, you're going to be 290 at 290. You get 290, 90, 90. You're going to be 290, you're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, 290, 90, 90, 92. You're 92. Got him there. Dang, going to be 292, 290 here, 2. They're going to be 292 and 2 and 2 and 5. Hit 95. You're going to be 97, 97, 3. Hit 3 down 2. They're going to be 302. Hit 2. I'm going to be 25. You're going to be 305, 7. They're going to be 307 and 305. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be 7, 7, 7. They're going to be 305. Going to be Haas and number. They're going to be number 3. And go ahead and preg. Haas 1. You want Prager? Go ahead and preg, please. 2. Off the Mammoth, all natural. Effort, he going to be 350 and 350, 50, 350, you 50. I ain't going to be 350 and 35 and 335. You're going to be 37 and 35 here, then 740. You're going to be 2, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 7 and 347. You 347, 50. I'm going to be 2 and 5. You 355, 7. It's 7, hand 57, hand 357, now 60, 360, now 2, 5, 365, 65, 7, and 367, 70. You're going to be 370 and 370. You 370, 70. 70, you're going to be 367, 72, 2, 2, and 372. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, 370, Evans. 370, Evans. Off their mamas, 2-round shots, no implants in a good kettle. On, you're going to be Trent, give me 260. On 260, 260, 245. You're going to be 245 and 245. You're going to be 245 here. You're going to be 245 and 245, 5, 5. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 245, 7 and 247. I got a man 247. You're 50. You're going to be 252, 2, 2, 2, 2, 5 and 255 here. And 205 here. I'm going to be 252 and 2 and 2 and 5. You're going to be 252 and 2 and 2 and 5, 252. I'm going to be Trent. Get on 2 to 4. You're going to be Trent. 24. Same deal. Off his mama, natural. He's going to be 2-round shots in him, guys. 2 rounds in him. 280. On 280. Going to be 280. Off his mama. 2-round shots in him. Going to be 282. I got a man. 282. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 282. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 282. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And they're going to 282. 280 Freeman. Yearling guaranteed. You're going to be down to 262. You get 2. I'm going to be 2 pounds. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. 265. You get 5, 5, 5. And you get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. 262 and 5. You get 5, 5, 5. 205 here. You're going to be 262. You get 5. You get 5 here. You're going to be 205 here. Down to 262 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5. 262. I'm going to be Troy. Hand number. You're going to be 17. X and Prague on a guarantee. For Mama, he's going to be 300. He's going to be on one here down to 40. He's going to be 340 and 340. You get 40, 40, 40. He's going to be 340 down to 30 and 332. Down to the 2 down to 332. 5. He's going to be 35, 7 and now 37. He's going to be 42 and 5 and 7 and 350. And 350 and 350. 47, 50 and 50 and 347 when he's online. 50 and 347, 50 and 47 if it's hit the bound. 347 Evans. Steers off their mamas, round of shots in them, guys. You're going to be down 372 and 375. You're going to be 77, 80, 382 and 385, 87, 390, 392, 395 and 397. Now full books on now 402, 405, 7 to bid, 10 to bomb, 410, 12 down, 412 down, bid 15, if 15, 412, 15, 17 is 17. You're going to be 17 now 17. If 15, camp going to be 17, 20 and 422 and 422, 225, 425. Both on up top now 7, 427. At 25, going to be 7 up here, 425, 7. At 30, going to be 30, 30, 30, down 430. At 30, hang camp going to be 30, 430, 30, 30, 427, 30, and 427, 30 to bid, 30 to bomb, going to be 427. I going to be Troy 4. Home race, 60 days, 2-round shots in him. He's steer. Are you going to be 315? Yeah, 15. 15, 15. Freeman needs to steer now. 15. Yeah, 15. 16. You're going to be 16. I got a man. 15. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 17, 18, 19, 20, and 320. 321. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 23 and 23. Yeah, 333. You're going to be 22, 23, and you're going to be 322 and 3. Yeah, 3, 333, and you're going to be 322 and 3, 322, and that's Bates. I get him on 6. Bates on 6. Open heifer, 60 plus days on her. 302, high going to be 222, going to be 302, hit 2, high going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 302, going to be 290, at 290, hit 2, 292, and I got a man 292, hit 2, and 295, you're going to be 97, and now 3, down 2, 3025, and 305, here now 7, and 307, 5 here, you're going to be 7 up here, 305, 7, and 305, you're going to be 7 up at 7 of you're going to 5 here, you're going to be 7 up here, you're going to be 305, I going to be hanging up on Troy, hanging up on number, and 16, X and Preg, Troy 60 next preg, I guarantee. 60 days, 2-round shots in them. 325, you're 325, you get 325 here, you're going to be 325, you're going to be 325, and 325, 555, you're going to be 325, 60 days on them now, 325, you get 5, you get 325 here, down bid, 315, you 15, you get 15, 15, and you're going to get 315, you 15, and you're going to get $3, you're going to be $3, you get 2, and now 5, now 7, 307, 10, and 310, 12, and now 312, down bid, 15, 15, 17, is 17, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 20, and 320, you get 20, 20, 20, 20, you're going to be 320, and 320, 17, 20. Mr. Bates going to be 20. And 317 going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. 317 Freeman. Oh, you're going to be down. Here's another. He's going to be down. 305. Hit 305. You hit 555. You're going to be 305 here. Down. 305. Hit 305. You're going to be 305 here. And he's steering. He's going to be 305. 60 days steered, you're going to be 305, 7, you're going to be 307, 10, 12, 12, 12, 15, you're going to be 17, you're 20, you're going to be 20, 20, 20, you're going to be 317, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 20, and 317, 22, you're going to be 322, you're 25, you're going to be 25, you're going to be 27, and 327, 30, you're 30, you're 327, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 30, 30, 30, 30, down 327, I'm going to be Bates on 6. Crossbred Hefford, he going to be 275. What do you think, Jonathan? So you're going to be guaranteed open. You're going to be 275. On 275, you're going to be 275 here. You're going to be 250. On 250, I ain't going to be 250. I ain't going to be 240. On 240, you're going to be 240. I ain't going to be trying. I'm going to sell it to you here in just a second. 222. I got a man. 222. Yeah, 222. I'm 222. 222. You're going to be 2. Going to be 2. On 222. 5 and 225. You're going to be 7. Now 30. On 232. Hey, you're going to be 232. 232. Yeah, 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 2, down to 230, and that's going to be Trent. Get up on 24X. All 60 days round of shots are steers, and they are good. Now, you're going to be down to 316. It's 16. You're going to be 316. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. 317. 17. 17. You're going to be 317. It's 16. You're going to be 17. 18. 318. You're 19. 20. 321. 322. 323. And 23. You get 333. And 323. 333. Negative 323 and 3 and 3. 322. Now going to be Troy. Get him on 65. You bet you got long time wean guys, old roping kids here for you. 90 plus days, guys, 3 round shots, old ropers. $600 by the head. Are you going to be 600? Yes, $600. Are you going to be 600? Are you going to be 475? 475. I don't think you can kill him with a hammer. 475. You get 475. 500. You get 500. You get 555. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. 550. 575. Now 600. 6 and a quarter. 6 and a half. 650. Yes, 675. 675. Yes, 700. Are you going to be 7 and a quarter? 725. 50. Yes, 750. You're going to be 750. 75. 770. 800. 800. 800. Now quarter. 8 and a quarter. Half. 850. 850. 75, 875, 875, now 9, you're 900, you're going to be 9 quarter, you're 9 a quarter, you're going to be 925, 50, you're 950, you're 950, you're 950, you're going to be 950, 975, you're 975, 1,000, you're $1,000, you're going to be $1,000 quarter, you're going to be 10 a quarter, 1025, and 1025, you do it here, you're going to be 1025, fine, 1025, 50, you're 1050, you're going to be 1050, 1050, and 1050, now 75, 1075, now 1,100. Now 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, $1,100, 1,100 quarter, 11 a quarter, 11 a quarter, quarter, 1125, 1125, 1125 here. You're going to be 1,100, and that's going to be, you want to put them on Mackie and get them on 2X. I'm sorry. Mackie 2X. You bet. Now, don't be trying to kill him with a hammer, like I said. Now, you're going to be the little stairs now. He's going to be down 700. Now, quarter. You get 7 a quarter. You get 7 a quarter. High. 750. You get 750. You're going to be 750, 75, 800, 850. Now, 900. You get 900. Old roping kids now. 900. You get 9. You're going to be 900. You're going to be 900. You get $900. You get 999. You want to do it here. You're going to be 900. I got 859 quarter. You get 9 a quarter. You're going to be 950. You're going to be 950. You get 950. You're going to be 950. You're going to be 950, 75. You're going to be 975. 1,000. $1,000. You get 1,000. You get 1,000. You're going to be $1,000. 1,000. You're going to be 975. 1,000. 975 here. 1,000. You're going to be $1,000. 1,000. 975. 1,000 quarter. You get 10 a quarter. You're going to 1025. Rico 1050. You get 1050. You're going to be 1050. You get 1050. Now 75. 1075. 1075. 1050. You're going to be 1075. You're going to be 1050. I ain't going to be. I ain't going to be on Mackie. I ain't going to be number. You're going to be on new 2X. You bet. I'll be the Bradford cattle. Wean 30 days, guys. They're bulls here now. 295. You're 295. You're going to be 295 here. You're going to be 295. On 295. You're 95. You're going to be 97. 297. 75. You're going to be 95. 97. 3. Hit 3. You get 2. 302. And 5. And 305. And bid 5 here. You're going to be 305. Hit 5. You get 205 here. You're going to be 302. You're going to be 5. 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 And 302 and 5. You get 5 here. You're going to be 302 and 2 and 2 and 5. 302. All right. Going to be JW. Get up on 5. You're going to be 245. Yeah, 245. You're going to be 245, 7. You're going to be 7, 45, 7. And 245. I'm going to be in here now. You're going to be 247. 245. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 247, 50. You're going to be 250. You get 1. You're going to be 251. You get 2, 3, 53, 3, 3. Down 53, 4. You get 55 here. Down bid 5, 6 here. You're going to be 7. 257, 7, 7, 8. And you're going to 9. You get 9, 60, 61, they're going to 261, 2. Hit 3, 4, down bid 65, they're going to be 65, 6, and now 7, 7, and 7, 8, 8, 67, 8, 8, 67, 8, 8, 267. I'm going to be CA number 88. You going to be off their mamas. Got a round of shots. 272 and 272. He gonna be 225. You're gonna be 75. You're gonna be 75. And no sir, they're gonna be 275 and 205. You're gonna be 272 and 2 and 5 here down. You won't gamble on 272 down 5 here. Dig 272 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. Dig gonna be 272. Bid 5 5 5 272. I gonna be. I gonna on Troy and number 1. You gonna on Troy number 1. Pragum. I bet the Gore Ranch guys are good steers here now. I'm going to say 2 steers here. Sell that bull outside out there, guys. You going to be 305? You get 305. You get 5 here. You going to be. We're going to find out here in just a second. What do you think he weighs? You're going to be. You're pretty close. 685. One of these days, you got to learn not to doubt me around here. Are you going to be down? 290. You get 290. You're going to be 290, 90, 90. You're going to be 292. At 292. High going to be 222. I usually don't miss them that far. 292. You get 2. High going to be 222. 292. You get 2. High going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. High going to be 292 and 2 and 2, 2, 2, 295. At 295. Going to be 297. 297. 3. Now 2. 3025 and 307 and 307. You get 57. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 7. 305. I'm going to be JW5. You get JW on 5. I'm getting a bull and steer, guys. Buying them both. So you're going to be down 330. And 330. You get 330, 32. I ain't going to be 32. And 332. Going to be 5. You're going to be 37. And 337. And 337. 740. You're going to be 342. You're going to be 345. And 347. 350. 352. 355. 355. And 355. 7. 7. 760. 360. Hit 2. 2. 2. 365 here. Being there. 365. And 205. You get them on 362 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. You're going to be 362. Pound, 362. That's Brown. Harris Ranch cattle. Guys, home raised, round of shots, 55 plus days on the weaning. The heifers are going to be guaranteed open to you when they get big enough now. Are you going to be 315? You 15. Are you going to be 15? 15. Now you're going to be 17. I got a van 317. You 15. You're going to be 17. 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 25. You're 27. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're 37. Now 40. 342. 345. 7. 347. And now 50. 352. 2. 2. 352 and 5. And 357. 7. 75. 7. 7. 355. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 3. 7. 7. 355. That's going to be Mackey 42. Mackey on 42. And shots and open here now. You're going to be 55 plus days on the weaning. On, you're going to be 310 and 310. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10, 11, 310, 11. I'm going to be 310, 11, and 310. I'm 11 to be 11 about 310, 11, and 12. And 312, you're going to be 13. You're going to be 14, now 15, now 15. If 15, you're going to be 14, 15. You're going to be 314, be 15 bound. You're going to be 314 Mackie. I'm going to be number, I'm going to be, you say, 52. On you're gonna be down 281. On 281, you're gonna be 281 bid one by open now. They're gonna be 55 plus days on the weaning. On 281, 2, and 2, not gonna man 281, 2, 3, 83, 4, 85, 86, 87, 88, 88, 88, 88, 9, 9, high. Hit 90, you're gonna be 291, you're gonna be 92, you're gonna be 93, you're gonna be 94, you're gonna be 95, hit 96, and now 7, 97 to 7 about 96, 97, 296, and now 7 appeared. You're going to be 96, 97. They're going to be 296. I'm going to be Bates and get up on 65 and Prague. Brothers, they came along, guys. Their steers are good. They're going to be down 412, 412, 412, down bid 412, 412. They're going to be 412. Carl, they're good. 412, hit 12, 412 here, 412, $4 on them, 2. I'm going to man, $4, 2, hit 2. I'm going to be 222, down bid 5, and bid 4057. 7. Hit 407, get them in 10, get them in 12, down bid 15. You're going to be 17. Hit 17, hand 15. You're going to be 17. Hit 15. You're going to be 17 up here, down 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. 415. I'm going to be Carl on 5. Hey, guys, there's still one more consignment back there. We've got a few cattle coming.
That'd be all of them, guys. We'll not have sale next week. See you back in 2 weeks from now. Sale on Tuesday, though.